Good morning. Today's Tuesday, January 23rd. This is a meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. I want to welcome everyone to this meeting and call the meeting to order. The first thing I would like to do is just acknowledge that we have the 5 board members present. So I will state your name if you would just let the public know if you are present. I'm Liz Archuleta, Chair of the Board and District 2 Supervisor. I am present. Supervisor Babbitt, District 1.
Present. Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you get me?
You're on mute, Supervisor Babbitt. So if you just say that you're present again.
I am off mute. I am off mute.
It's interesting. I can hear Liz and I can hear Art, but you can't hear each other.
So Supervisor Babbitt, we do have you. So.
Okay, we might be having a bit of technical difficulties. So if we can make sure that every supervisor is elevated to a panelist so that they can take their phones off mute, that would be very helpful.
Eric, can you send Liz a text, please, letting her know I am off mute? It's on her. Something's happening on a different end.
Supervisor Babbitt, okay, so everyone can hear you except me, it looks like.
Correct.
Yes, got that straight. Let me try plugging in this headset to see if that makes it any better. Give me one moment. Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Supervisor.
You can, great. And I can hear you, Eric. So this is good. All right. So we said Supervisor Babbitt is present. District 1, District 3, Supervisor Ryan.
I am here.
Excellent, thank you. District 4, Supervisor Parks.
I'm here and I can hear all of you.
Excellent. District 5 and Vice Chair Fowler.
Yeah, Bennett, this is Lena. Thank you so much. I'm here. I'm present, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry for that technical difficulty. But we can now all hear each other and we are all present. Eric Peterson, our Director of Public Affairs, can you just explain to the public if they would like to participate in public participation, what they need to do to be recognized?
Thank you. Certainly, Madam Chair. Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director. Glad to be with you all today. If you wish to participate in our public participation, please look at the bottom of your screen. You'll see a raise your hand function. Raise your hand when the public participation is opened by the chair, called on, and then, or you can also type a question in the Q&A, and we will call on you. You just note that you're looking to speak. We'll be happy to call on you during the public participation portion of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Eric, for those instructions. And before we go to public participation, I would like to invite everyone to please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Those who can stand, please do so. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That now leads us to a call to the public. This is an opportunity for any member of the public who wishes to speak to the board about an item that is not on the agenda to please do so. And you have 5 minutes per person to be able to provide comments to the board. Please know that the Board of Supervisors will not be able to engage in a discussion with you because it will not be noticed on our agenda, but we would be happy to listen to what you would like to share with us. So is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to the board about an issue that's not on our agenda? Okay, Mr. Peterson, is there anybody that you see, since you're monitoring the technology, is there anybody who would like to speak to the board?
Madam Chair, we do not have anyone indicating that they wish to speak during call to the public.
Okay, thank you. I will close the call to the public and now go to the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. There are several items in our consent agenda this morning. These are items that are administrative in nature, or we've perhaps had a presentation on them prior to today's meeting. So we do vote on these items with one motion unless there is a member of the board who wishes to remove an item to have either a presentation or to make some individual comment. Board members, are there any item that you would like to receive comments on or ask questions of that you want to consider individually?
Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Yes, Vice Chair Fowler.
I would like to pull item number 21. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 21. Others?
Madam Chair, excuse me.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Yes, please. I'd like to pull item number 9 and 20 for acknowledgement and introduction, and item 26, please.
9, 20, and 26. Okay. Any others?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Babbitt.
thank you. Item number 7, 11, and 25 for a quick clarification question.
Okay. 25. Okay, any others? Okay, hearing no others, then is there a motion to approve the Board of Supervisors consent agenda minus item 7, 9, 11, 20, 21, 25, and 26?
Madam Chair, I move we approve consent agenda with those items referenced being taken out for individual conversations.
Madam
Second.
Chair, oh, there you go. She beat me to it.
Okay, the motion was made by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, please say nay. Hearing none
Madam Chair.
opposed.
Madam
the
Chair, I'm an aye.
Yes. Thank you very much. Opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed. Passes unanimously. Supervisor Parks?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I was an aye. I just couldn't get off mute fast enough.
Yes, no problem. Passes unanimously. Thank you. So now let's go to the first item that we will consider individually. Item number 7. This is consideration and possible action to accept grant funding from the Arizona Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program in the amount of $287,487 for preventing, preparing for, and responding to the coronavirus. This is being brought to us by the Finance Department, and I believe Supervisor Babbitt, this was your item, correct?
Correct. Thank you. Just a quick question. So I'm interested in, so I read over, it's a pretty broad grant. I noticed this came from our criminal justice coordinating piece. And so I wanted some more information on, is this criminal justice focused because it came from there? And when you go into the actual line item budget pieces, there's lots of monies for supplies, and non-capital equipment. And I'm just wondering, are these detention oriented because these are coming through Mr. Henry, or what's the kind of path forward for these funds in terms of actual expenditures.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's turn it over to finance. And so, or Mr. Jayne, maybe we can turn it over to you and then you can direct where you want. Oh, I see. Marie, thank you. It's actually going to go to Dr. Peoples. And Dr. Peoples, if we can
Hello.
get you. Hi, we can hear you now.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Archuleta. Hopefully you can hear me now.
We can.
Great, thank you. So there are specific departments and offices that funding is directed to. It was a collaboration between the CJCC committee on how to respond to that grant. It's been a labor of love by many people that put it together and did the work, but the CJCC members had an opportunity to share what items they needed. And I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it's a mixture of technology use, PPE supplies that are very specific. A lot of those were for the ME's office and the more expensive PPE that we haven't been securing through the EOC. So those items will be directed to those departments, and then finance, and thanks to the help of Ms. Mulaney, will be helping us track that on a monthly basis. The items have not yet been ordered at this point in time. You're on mute, Supervisor
You're on
Babbitt.
mute.
What was the last piece? The items have not been what? I'm sorry.
They have not been ordered yet. All of the orders they won't be until after the start of the
So-
new year.
So these are going to detention and all criminal justice facing. There's no congregate pieces of this and those types of things. Is that correct?
No, that was not allowable. This was through the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission. So it is all criminal justice facing departments and offices.
Okay. All right, that sounds great. Thank you very much. I think that's it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from any other board members about this item? Okay, hearing none. Supervisor Babbitt, did you want to make a motion on this item?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that we approve item 7 from the Board of Supervisors consent agenda as referenced in the agenda packet.
I'll second the
you.
motion.
Okay, there's a motion, a second to approve item number 7. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now go to item number 8. This is consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of Phyllis Lynn to serve on behalf of Supervisor Ryan from District 3 to the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year term to expire June 2022. And this is out of our Health and Human Services Department. Supervisor Ryan?
And Madam Chair, just a clarification, it's item 9.
Beg your pardon. It is item 9.
Thank you.
Oh, Jimmy beat me on that one just slightly. I caught that too. I was going to say, Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Matt Ryan. And actually, it's my great pleasure. I can see Phyllis is with us. The other day, I attended the CAB meeting as an opportunity to say farewell to Patrice Helgenson. She was not there, and so I'll follow up with her, but also to introduce Phyllis. And it's the first time I got to see Phyllis through technology. Instead, we interviewed. It was kind of interesting. I was out at looking at the mailboxes in Belmont when I was on my morning coffee drive, and her husband came up. And I started asking him about the mailboxes, and he started asking me about the post office and how that's functioning, and then learned about he and Phyllis and their background, and as they're stepping into retirement, they've always been engaged in community in some way or another, and he was suggesting that they have an interest here, and then. Got an electronic introduction through email, which was really interesting. in the broad arena that Phyllis I'll let her outline that. Her background that she brings, she may be new to the community, but has worked in many areas where she would be a contributor right away, became evident. And then we set up an interview and had a chance, and I got to meet Phyllis that way. And doing this job long enough, you get a sense of people. And I think we have somebody really special that'll help us with this particular board. And so, I would ask that Phyllis have an opportunity just to introduce herself and say hello to the board.
Wonderful. Well, welcome, Phyllis, and please go ahead and introduce yourself, and feel free to share any comments you would like with the board.
Well, good morning, everyone. You can hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Good. Well, thank you, Matt, for that very gracious introduction. I'm a new member or a new resident of Belmont for the last 3 months. And prior to that, I lived in Tucson for 10 years. And prior to that, I worked for the Department of Housing and Urban Development in Washington, D.C. for 32 years. Since I've been in Tucson, I have served on the boards of directors of several organizations, Catholic Community Services of Southern Arizona, and the Barrio Viejo, that's a HUD subsidized elderly housing development in Tucson. And I've also served with ARP on the State Advisory Committee, and Primavera Foundation, which is very much works with the homeless and with low-income persons in the community. And also Interfaith Community Services, I was on the program committee. So now that I'm in Belmont and I'm retired, I really look forward to learning more about the community and participating and contributing whatever I can from my experience and background. Thank you.
That's great. Well, thank you so much, Phyllis, and welcome to the community. Want to just say that you're also going to be serving with Austin Kerr from my district, District 2, who is also will be a new appointee to the Community Action Advisory Board. And I think you'll find that they're an incredible group of very committed residents who want to make a difference. And so it sounds like you're going to fit in quite well. Thank you so much for bringing your expertise and your experience to this committee. Really, they're going to benefit greatly from what you're going to bring.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Ryan?
Yes, Madam Chair, and Phyllis, I'll reach out a little bit more and introduce you to people in the community as well, and you'll have a chance to. You met Michelle Axlin, our staff member, but you'll have a chance with staff to get up to speed with what the board does that way. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that we approve item 9, appointing Phyllis Lim to the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year term.
Sarah, second.
Second, this is Supervisor Babbitt.
Okay, great. The motion was moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously.
Okay.
Congratulations and great selection, Supervisor Ryan. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Thanks,
Thank
Phyllis.
you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to go to item number 11. This is consideration and possible action to approve a budget adjustment for an additional $324,128 as additional funding for intergovernmental agreement number DI 20-002262 between our Coconino County Health and Human Services Department and the Arizona Department of Economic Security. This will be for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30, 2025. And for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021. Supervisor Babbitt, was this yours?
Yes, and
Thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair. So it's a little bit of a similar question. I really appreciate Marie sent out the latest rental assistance and some of the numbers around utility and rental assistance. And I'm just wondering, kind of a similar question as number 9 is, what are the general kind of allocation prioritizations that are coming up from this? Is this going to be, we saw the wait list on the graph that was sent out to us on rental assistance, understanding unemployment benefits are running out next month for folks. And so Mike, just kind of wondering what the process is on how you and your team will be prioritizing this. And is there anything the board can do to help inform what we're hearing about prioritization needs? We obviously just had the Community Action Board that is a, you know, potentially a part of that conversation, but that's my question. Just how you'll be moving forward with these allocation procedures.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Babbitt, thank you for your question. We absolutely would welcome your feedback from your constituents as to the priorities that you're hearing from your districts. This money is specifically for rental and eviction prevention dollars, and it starts July 1st. And as you mentioned, the report, the numbers are twice what they were a year ago, literally twice, and we're not even through the month of June yet. So this is coming at a very opportune time for our residents who are really most in need.
Well, really appreciate your leadership, Mike. And then also, I do think, you know, that next big cliff is when unemployment benefits start winding down for folks. And so, you know, how we meter that out and how we message in advance will be great. But thanks very much for your work on moving this and taking care of populations that are at 17% unemployment are hurting right now. So thank you.
Indeed, they are.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if there's no other questions, happy to make a motion. With that, I would move that we approve item 11 of the Board of Supervisors consent agenda.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Babbitt to approve, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, is there I would like to call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. That leads us now to item number 20. This is consideration and possible action to approve the appointments of Rose Tohe and Ruth Eden to the Coconino County Employee Appeals Board. And this is Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to claim making both recommendations here, but getting Rose on board also, but that's another recommendation of a board member. I just wanted to speak quickly just to, I didn't have a chance to put my letter of recommendation into the packet itself, but it was, we did submit it early enough that it be available prior to the 24 hours for this meeting. And I believe all board members got a recommendation, but I am very happy to recommend Ruth Eden, who put her application in ahead of time, but I certainly wanted to give a recommendation. We lost Ruth stepping onto the Kachina Village Improvement District, new DWID, as one of the beginning board members. She and Richard had moved over into University Heights, but they stayed in the best of the best districts in District 3. So, you all know Ruth, but she's always been engaged. She has a full background that really is we're very fortunate that she can bring her professional experience here and help us with these employee appeals boards, creating that neutral objectivity that you need associated with a board like this. But she's been very engaged with Chalk, and prior to our appointment to the DWID, actually, she sat on the Kachina Village Improvement District Advisory Board as we transitioned the governments back to the community, and was a lead member in the discussions for how they work together with the community, and is a really a good individual offering her services to us. And so I know Ruth's out there, and I'd like to, if possible, just provide her with an opportunity.
Absolutely. So Ruth, please feel free to make any comments you would like to share with the board.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Ruth Eaton, and I think you do know me. I'm the chair for the Hispanic Council for the county. I am retired, and so I'm trying to meet some responsibilities that I think I'm still able to do with my past skills working in Maricopa County and Catholic Charities. I served as on a committee for quality management, ethics committee, did a lot of policy and procedure monitoring, and that was federal and state. Also did a lot of supervising, a lot of management for the region, did a lot of training, and also monitored career ladder systems. I was also chair of our career ladder committee. Did a lot of conflict resolution with staff, so I'm very familiar with that, and a lot of monitoring. But along with the conflict resolution, I always believe that we followed up with leadership training for everyone. So I'm very happy to volunteer for the Employee Appeals Board and be very happy to serve on this board. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ruth. You're going to bring a lot of experience and expertise to the Employee Appeals Board, and we appreciate you continuing to give your time and service to Coconino County. And so this is just another committee that you've chosen to dedicate time to, and you're going to be a valuable asset to this committee. Supervisor Ryan? Well, thank you.
There you go.
Ruth.
I just took it off mute there. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to note that Supervisor Parks also has an appointment here as well.
Okay, great. Well, Supervisor Parks, did you want to speak to the appointment of Rose Tohi?
I do, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for for bringing this forward. I would like to thank Rose for her willingness to step up and fulfill this position. She has long been known around Coconino County for many things that she is doing, including coordinator for Indigenous initiatives for the city of Flagstaff, former workforce development specialist for Coconino County, and she sits on the Intertribal Advisory Council, the AISES National Elder Council, and the Flagstaff Police Department Citizens Liaison Committee. She's a highly regarded partner with us here in Coconino County. By the way, I believe she may have the longest hair of anybody I know. So long, beautiful hair. Thank you, Rose. And I would like to ask if Rose is in attendance, if she would like to speak.
Rose, are you on the line? I didn't see her earlier, but let's see if she's joined. Rose?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor-
oh,
oh,
go ahead, go ahead. I don't see her, but we do have one phone number. I'm not sure who it is, so I don't believe it's Rose.
Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Parks, this is Erika Philpot, and Rose was presenting this morning as part of our Diversity Week. She was hoping to be able to join us at 10:30, but I believe her session that she is training, that educational workshop she is leading, has not yet concluded.
Okay, well,
Thank you, Erica. And with that, thank you, Rose and Supervisor Ryan. Do you want to make the make the motion?
You go ahead, Jim, and I'll second it. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'd like to make the motion to approve the appointments of Rose Tohi and Ruth Eaton to the Coconino County Employee Appeals Board.
I'll second that motion.
okay, the motion was made by Supervisor Parks, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. And congratulations to Ruth and Rose with our deepest gratitude. We are now going to move on to item 25. This is consideration and possible action to approve the Quality Connections Montessori Adult Summer Camp License Agreement for use of portions of the Frontier property in the amount of $2,540 per 4-week session plus utilities out of Parks and Recreation. Supervisor Babbitt?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks, Cynthia. I just want to take a moment to recognize, sometimes opportunities present themselves. And this is one of those opportunities that there's a great Montessori Adult Day program being proposed. And just really recognize people in the community like Quality Connections and Armando, who's stepping up and being creative and innovative in this time, and just really wanted to acknowledge that. I did have a question because when I read the staff report, what is our general approach, Cynthia, when we have an existing historical event? And so next year, when conditions may be different, and they may not be different, but how do we kind of prioritize returning events in an example such as this?
Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Babbitt. Well, this was an easy one because it is at the Frontier property and we don't really have any historical events at the Frontier property. But that being said, the agreement that we've entered into, or would be entering into with Quality Connections, is clearly stated that it is on a very temporary basis and it's just for this summer because of the fact that there isn't anything else going on out there. The opportunity is prime for them to come in for this summer.
So I get, maybe I'm not stating. So the question is not about the opportunity they're showing this summer, but as they come in as an event, don't historical events get some level of prioritization for future years? I know that's how it is in other places. And so I felt like there was just a tiny bit of different messaging in the staff report on that. So I wanted to just clarify.
Mm-hmm. And so again, I mean, I think it was important in the conversations that we had with Armando are that this is really a one-time thing. And unless there's an opportunity, he did express an opportunity to, at some future, look into something more long-term, and those discussions would be had. Now, does this year's agreement establish them as an ongoing event? And I think we tried to be clear in the agreement that this is it's strictly for this year, and it doesn't really imply that this year's use is becomes then an annual event, if you will.
Yep. Okay, great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further discussion or questions? Supervisor Babbitt, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move we approve item 25 in the Board of Supervisors consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion. Just a quick comment.
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
And just to note, similar comments as Supervisor Babbitt. It's a unique area that we've wrestled around with, and it's interesting to look at an innovative approach. By the same token, I had similar discussions with Cynthia when she presented the item to me of, it is looking at a unique circumstance, no guarantees on the future, because we also had historical, but it's not to be exclude either. But I like the creative approach, especially during these conditions, and what they're trying to do with their program. So those were my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve item 25. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously.
Madam
We're
Chair,
now going to, yes. Yes, passes unanimously. Yes, Supervisor Fowler, thank you. We are now going to go to item number 26. This is also from Parks and Recreation. Consideration and possible action to approve the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Department to apply for the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration REPI Natural Resource Management Endowment Grant in the amount of $516,842, of which the funds would be placed in an interest-bearing account and the interest earned used for land management activities on the Miller property. Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I queued up Cynthia like at last minute to say, hey, I'm going to pull this one heads up on it. Actually, what I wanted to do, and you can see it in the report to some degree, but ask Cynthia just to note this. It's really a unique opportunity. This, again, starts to swing around everything that we've been doing with our processes, working together with the Joint Land Use Study, as well as REPI and ACUB. We've been able to build success associated with it. And if you take a look at this, this is a methodology of handling a maintenance piece. But I'd like Cynthia just to summarize what we have here, just to quickly highlight it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Ryan, and members of the board. Yeah, this is truly yet another great partnership with the Navy through their REPI program. And after having entered into a restrictive use easement on the Miller property, that then made us eligible for their natural their natural resource management endowment grant. And so, what this would do is give us funding and on an annual basis, and then you could actually accumulate a couple of years worth of funding to do something more costly if you needed to. But the idea is that with the capital that would be in the investment or the interest earning account, that would allow for funding at some level to support the restrictive use easement and the management of that property into perpetuity. It does allow for some one-time projects if we had them. We don't really anticipate any at the moment, but anyway, we felt like it was a great opportunity to further leverage our partnership with the Navy, as well as leveraging a conservation easement that we have on the Miller property, and be able to garner some financial support for. This would be forest thinnings, fuel management, fencing repairs, for example, even recreation management, because part of managing lands is how people maneuver within them. And so this might even allow us at some point to create a little nature trail or path to guide people where we want them on that property. So I think it's a great opportunity and further testimony of leveraging partnerships within our community and beyond.
Madam Chair, to add to that, if you think back, once upon a time, we had to shift money away from this property. In our discussion had been that we needed to make sure that the CPOS was spread around, but we would pursue federal money. We've gotten the federal money to be able to move forward with the acquisition. Another question came up with when we were doing the acquisitions. Well, you don't have maintenance money out there. So we're getting these lands in, and what are we going to do associated with it? So this is where strategically watching these opportunities, working together with our partners on this, we've been able to come up with a resolution associated with that as well. So it's this continual conversation that it's probably been 15 years of conversation of transition and yet making up for it, if not longer than that. So anyway, compliment Cynthia and staff and our partners for working together with this, Madam Chair. Don't know if anybody else wants to comment, but I'd be willing to make the motion when it comes.
Sure. Any further comments?
Okay, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
well, Supervisor Ryan, I just want to take the opportunity to compliment you on your leadership in actually applying for the REPI, and in particular your dedication and your relentless efforts to acquire the Miller property. You have exhibited much leadership over the years to do that, and it's a great accomplishment. So I just want to compliment you on that, and go ahead and make the motion.
Madam Chair, thank you. I like the relentless. He's persistent. He's going to be a pain. He keeps coming after this one here. Actually, it's just keeping an eye on the long-term pieces and nudging here or there, but it's not just me, as you well know. It's the rest of the board supporting this as well as others in this. With that, Madam Chair, I move that we approve item 26 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Supervisor Ryan to approve this item, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We are now going to go to item number 21. Yes, we are going back to this. I skipped it. I apologize. This is consideration and possible action to approve the Arizona Commerce Authority Rural Broadband Grant for $50,000 with a 15% contribution from Coconino County Information Technology in the amount of $7,500 already allocated within the FY20 departmental funds. And this is out of Information Technology. And Supervisor Feller, you wanted to address this item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to have Director Matt Fowler do a short presentation. I think this grant is so important. You know, we keep talking about how we have schools that are shut down, the elementary to the universities, and they're trying to see how they will be able to address the social distancing and how they will be able to continue education. And then we have telemedicine and all of these broadband needs, especially now in this time. We have noticed that we're now all with the need for technology. You know, we used to have our meetings and saying, 50 years from now, how is it going to be? And we would have these imaginary scenarios that we're all at home and we're all working from home. And here we're doing that. So, and we have learned even more how much our population needs the broadband. So we have an opportunity, and we have Director Fowler that has been working on this project for some time. I just want to acknowledge him and his team for having this foresight and really going after this grant, and they were able to obtain it. And I thought that it'd be really good for us to learn more about it. So Matt, if you're there, looks like he put up his screen here.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
thank you for the introduction, Supervisor Fowler, and thank you, Chair Archuleta and members of the board. That was a great introduction regarding, the grant and why we're applying for it as a county. And Supervisor Fowler is exactly right that the amount of impact and the quality of life for citizens in these areas absolutely rely on technology. So this is the grant that we applied for within the Arizona Commerce Authority. Again, $50,000 was awarded to Coconino County with a 15% injection on behalf of the Coconino County IT department, which makes a total project of $57,500. Specifically, the whole purpose and intent for this grant is to look at improving the quality of lives within the tribal communities, education, telemedicine, healthcare, transportation, hospitality. We can go on and on and on, especially now with COVID and the pandemic. How can we leverage telemedicine and be able to mitigate risks and still provide quality, impactful services to our constituents without possibly having shared disease or viruses by leveraging technology more. And so we wouldn't have been able to be approved for this grant without the support of our community partners. I just want to acknowledge Northern Arizona University. We had a really strong letter here written by Rita Chang, Dr. Rita Chang, in addition to Stephen Burrell. We also had community partnership with Econa that also wrote a really strong and thoughtful letter of support from Sean Stigman. In addition, we also had a very nice letter from the City of Flagstaff written on behalf of Greg Clifton. And so I just want to acknowledge the partnership in our community. I think, by us coming together and also working closely with these areas within Page, Tuba City, and the Navajo, reservation and Hopi communities, that together as one, we can have a better chance of securing funding to, hopefully implement some fiber across this corridor. So I just want to do a really quick, brief overview for the sake of time, and we are going to be coming back to the board in the future to do an in-depth presentation from Praxis and Associates, who was the contractor actually performing the work. Over the last 3 to 4 months, we've had a lot of hiccups with the COVID pandemic, but a lot of the work's been done remotely. We just had Praxis out here over the last week in Arizona, mapping all through the Navajo Nation and Hopi communities, looking at anchor institution and interconnect sites. And so what we're planning on doing is running fiber from Flagstaff to the border of Utah, and then also having an interconnect that runs across Highway 160 and connects into Highway 89. It's approximately 150 miles from Flagstaff to the border of Utah there, and about 160 lineal miles from Tuba City to the Four Corners region. The reason we're expanding outside of Coconino County is because we understand that there's lots of underserved areas within northern Arizona, not just specifically Coconino County. We're also taking this approach because there might be an opportunity to have multi-state collaboration and initiatives for bigger funding opportunities if we partner possibly with New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah in the future. And so the intent of this is obviously not to lay fiber or to make any enhancements today. This is just a feasibility study that gives us as a county a better understanding of the costs associated to actually build out a network that be used for future use that could provide better quality of life to the citizens in these areas. This would allow, for the telecom industry, like the Sudden Links and the CenturyLinks and, all the providers to interconnect to this middle mile. And then, of course, this being local and state government initiative, this would provide immediate internet access to all of the tribal communities, in addition to the anchor institutions that are defined, schools, libraries, county locations that are brick and mortar. And we're really excited about this and, excited to share this with the public, and especially in the Northern Corridor. I know there's lots of frustration of having a lack of high-speed internet, and more than happy to answer any questions at this time. And thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Matt. Let me see, are there any questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
I'd just like to make a comment. You know, Supervisor Fowler has been on this broadband acquisition and this project for at least a couple of years that I know of. And I would like to thank her for pushing this and for making sure that this all got done up to this point. And I would like to thank Mr. Matt Fowler also for his contribution in this area. This is going to be very welcome up there on Navajo. I personally know a young lady who is a student at Grand Canyon University and was, because her schooling came to an abrupt halt at the time of the COVID quarantine, and the students were all turned loose and sent home. She still had to try to get her homework done and still had to try to take tests and still had to try to do those things that continued her schooling. And for a short time, she was unable to do that. And this broadband project will really help those students up there. And if this kind of a thing occurs again, it'll keep their schooling going, keep them on track for their graduation from the college and for the continuation of their life. And so I really want to thank Supervisor Fowler and Matt Fowler both for their work on this project. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. And Supervisor Fowler, anything else that you'd like to add?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
I'm going to look right into the camera and say to Supervisor Fowler, good job. But, you know, you've been pestering us about this for a long time. So I want to compliment you just as Supervisor Parks did. You've done a lot of work and you've been very persistent. About every other conversation, you would bring this up. And as Jim had noted, the benefit that it brings to the region. Just really compliment the work that the persistence with this, as well as the staff work and partnerships. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hear, hear. That's great. Supervisor Fowler, go ahead. Would you like to make a motion or add any additional comments?
I just like to thank Matt Fowler for his work and his just his knowledge in how to be able to write a grant that is so complicated and be able to work with a network of, you know, like just knowledgeable people in this area. And I just think that that's the only way we can get this done. And I just am amazed with their expertise that he has, and I'm just really thankful. And then want to thank our county manager and team. This is all teamwork, and it's just a testament of how Coconino County works and how it wants to deliver service to the people that need it the most. And I just want to thank all the Board of Supervisors and just been right there with us. So thank you so much. And with that, I would like to,
28 consideration and possible action to approve the transfer of $20,000.
I don't know what's doing.
Yeah, there's some interference. Make sure you mute your computers, please. Supervisor Fowler, you were making the motion.
I am making the motion here. I can find it here. Okay, I move that we approve the Arizona Commerce Authority rural broadband grant for $50,000 with a 15% contribution from the Coconino County Information Technology in the amount of $7,500 already allocated within the FY20 departmental funds.
And I would like to second Supervisor Fowler's motion. This is Jim Parks.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Fowler, seconded by Supervisor Parks. Item number 21 for approval. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Great, thank you. Okay, that takes us through our consent agenda, except that we do have now Ms. Rose Tohi, who has joined us. I want to thank her for presenting to our county for Diversity Week. And I wanted to turn it back over to Supervisor Parks. He was mentioning that he wanted to speak to Ms. Tohi's appointment to the Coconino County Employee Appeals Board. And then we will open it up to her for any comments. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what I wanted to comment on was you, Rose, and your willingness to step up for this office. And we all appreciate what you are doing. We know that you've been a long time supporter of all kinds of projects here at Coconino County, including working for Coconino County. And I did comment that I thought that you probably had the longest and most beautiful hair of anybody I knew.
That's great. Well, thank you so much, Supervisor Parks. And Rose, we're thrilled that you're going to serve on the Employee Appeals Board. And we wanted to turn it over to you to provide any comments that you would like.
Well, certainly, I really just want to say, take this opportunity, Madam Chair Archuleta and esteemed supervisors, and also the rest of the county staff, the awesome county staff that has become my family and still consider me as my family. So I'm so grateful for that. So thank you for your support and just your trust in me to be part of this very important group, the Coconino County Employee Appeals Board. So I will do my very best to do what I need to do to be fair and to serve with integrity. I appreciate it. Well,
thank you very much. I really appreciate your willingness to serve. We need to be able to have an employee appeals board that does just that and brings valuable perspectives. And so we know that you will do that. And so thank you for sharing your experience and your expertise and giving of your time. Supervisor Parks, I'm going to just let him close it out. We did already vote on this item, so you are now already officially a member of the Employee Appeals Board. So this was basically just to thank you and to recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess that all I have left to say is, again, thank you, Rose, for stepping up, and thank you for your attention to this and for your future hard work.
All right. Thank you. Well, that leads us to the Board of Deposits. The board needs to resolve as the Board of Deposits. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Supervisor Ryan. Okay, moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We have item number 51, the Board of Deposits consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve this item, or did you have any questions or need information on this item in terms of a presentation?
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Parks, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We are now acting as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have 4 items on the agenda, 52 through 55. Is there any board member who would like to consider an item separately? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the Flood Control District consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, please say nay. And hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now the Board of Supervisors. The next item we have is the Health District consent agenda. Is there a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We are now acting in the capacity of the Health District Board of Directors. We do have the Health District consent agenda comprised of items 56 through 61. Is there a desire to consider any of these individually? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the Health District consent agenda?
So
Madam Chair,
moved.
I'll second the motion and just a quick comment.
Sure, moved by Supervisor Fowler, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. Discussion, Supervisor Ryan?
Just quickly, just noting that we are following up with the contract of with the medical examiner with Navajo County and compliment staff on working together on this as we have discussed over the years, working together with our fellow counties.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Ryan. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of the motion to approve the Health District consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Is there a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Supervisor Parks, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Babbitt, I think I heard, seconded by Supervisor Parks. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now the Jail District Board of Directors. We do have a consent agenda. This is items 62 through 66, and I believe item 62 has been removed. Is that correct, County Manager Jayne?
Item 66, Madam Chair.
66, beg your pardon. Let me go ahead and strike that right now. Okay, item 66 has been removed because it basically was a duplication of 62. So we actually have items 62 through 65. Would any member of the jail district wish to consider an item separately? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the jail district consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Director Parks, seconded by Director Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second motion.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Say nay. None opposed, so it passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Now this is discussion and possible action items. This is discussion, this is item 67. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to accept Arizona Cares funding in the amount of $6,082,222 for reimbursement of public health and safety, regular salary, and employee-related expense costs incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2020, out of finance. Okay. And we have finance. We have our CFO, Siri Mullaney, who is going to present this item. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The item before you is discussion, consideration, and possible action to accept Arizona Cares funding in the amount of $6,082,222 for reimbursement of public health and safety, regular salary, and employee-related expense costs. And just a correction on this, this is actually for costs incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020, not December 31st, as written in the subject. So my apologies for that. And if you can make sure then in any motion that it reflects the December 30th date, that is the correct date we should be using for the end of the Arizona Cares funding. If I may, I'd like to do a screen share. I'm not sure if that will work, but if you can let me know if you see my screen.
It's going to start. Yes, we can see it.
Great. So just some background on the CARES Act. This was a federal act that was signed into law on March 27th, establishing the Coronavirus Relief Fund for state and local governments. And it included $150 billion in aid to states, tribal governments, territories, and local governments with populations of over 500,000. So those were direct allocations from the federal dollars to areas with those populations. So in Arizona, Maricopa and Pima counties, the city of Phoenix, city of Tucson, and city of Mesa all received those federal allocations directly. That did leave allocations to states. And so Governor Ducey did announce Arizona Cares allocations on May 27th. Arizona received $2.8 billion and allocated $441 million of Arizona's total allocation to the 13 counties and cities that did not receive that direct allocation from the US Treasury. So the Coconino County allocation from that $441 million is listed below as $6,082,222. And going back to additional information then on the CARES Act. So allowable costs for reimbursement include public health and safety, regular salary, and employee-related expense costs incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. And other information provided by the state of Arizona states that the purpose is to provide local jurisdictions as much financial flexibility as possible while not duplicating other federal funding streams. So with that, that is the background information, and I'm happy to take any questions on this item.
Thank you, Siri. Are there any questions of around this item of Siri? Okay, hearing none, then is there, I believe we're ready for an action then. Is there action to accept the Arizona Cares funding as outlined by Siri for public health and safety, regular salary, and employee-related expense costs incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020?
So moved to accept the CARES funding as presented.
I'll second the motion with comment, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I appreciate all the work going into this. And just to let you know, we did have fire departments reaching out and asking, you know, in the unincorporated area, you know, how they might be considered. And a piece of the discussion was, you know, how we approach this, what we've done with emergency operations, et cetera. But just to make the board aware that there's been a question associated with that. In the meantime, I really appreciate the funding coming through. I will pause for a half a moment on the distribution itself. The governor decided to distribute it specifically upon population. The distribution formulas favor the metro areas. The other piece of it was that we were looking for relief associated with COVID. Unfortunately, it can help us. And that may not necessarily have been true for all the other areas of distribution for it. So, but we also need to keep in mind as we go into our next legislative sessions, these pieces of the discussion, because it wouldn't surprise me if we start to get the state with their budget seeking to have us help carry it on the premise that we had federal allocations and therefore we should be able to help the state. We need to note the impact and the costs associated with how we have addressed COVID. I compliment our staff for all the work that they've done on COVID, but I do want to make those points. Even so, my gosh, we certainly need it and really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We can now go on to item number 68. This is update, discussion, and possible action regarding the coronavirus COVID-19 and response efforts. And we're going to turn it over to Dr. Peoples.
Oh, hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay.
Hello.
Oh, good. Sorry, I've been having some tech issues all day, so I apologize. I was happy to come on camera and have my stand. So I'm pleased to give you the COVID update. Our confirmed cases across the county right now, we have 1,509. As of yesterday, we had 30 new cases reported. And I'll show a couple of slides in just a moment that demonstrate our uptick in cases, which of course is what we're seeing reported across several states across the nation right now. We have had 87 deaths associated with COVID-19. And currently we have 12 hospitalizations, and those numbers do fluctuate quite a bit, as the board knows. And so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if you give me 1 second. Okay, hopefully you can see that.
We can.
Great, thank you. What you see here is the weekly case counts among Coconino County residents. And this is for the start of COVID at 3/21 and then the week ending there in 6/20. And so you can see we've had some peaks and valleys, which has been really difficult to come up with that 14-day gating criteria that the CDC really suggests is the gold standard. But regardless of the 14-day gating criteria, you can see that we certainly have an uptick right now. And then I will share this slide. And so this breaks out our cases by geographic area. The yellow line on top is our tribal communities, which have a downward trajectory, which is terrific. We're really pleased to see that. And there's been some spikes within there as well, but it certainly looks better than it did at the start of our COVID pandemic. And then Flagstaff is that dark green bar. And you can see, of course, that it has increased quite a bit and is spiking as well. So we're continuing to monitor it. Our epi teams and our surveillance teams are working extremely hard right now as we have a lot more case monitoring that comes in. If there's not any questions about this, I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen.
Any questions? Okay. Go ahead, Marie.
Thanks. Okay. So specimen collection and testing demand, just an update on that. As the board knows, we're still continuing testing at Fort Tuthill. We will have some changes in dates and hours as we accommodate some of our other partners. And so you'll be getting a full email on that later today We also have a press release prepared so that we can start notifying the public. But in July and August, we won't be open at Tut Hill on Tuesdays, but we're going to have some extended hours, on Mondays throughout July and August into the evening so that people can have a variance in times. We're also still continuing to work on how we can market to specific groups. The teams have been terrific at that. I could not be more proud of them. They've reached out to several local businesses across all industries, manufacturing, food establishments. We were still working with our congregate setting partners. And so they've really done a lot of individual testing for those types of groups, as well as the Fort Tut Hill traffic flow. Unfortunately, the testing that was scheduled for Fredonia was canceled due to the fire. So we are working on how we could reschedule those dates, as well as working with some of our other outlying communities. However, Fort Tut Hill, which is a great problem to have, it has been extremely busy. A lot of days, well over 150. Yesterday, we hit an all-time high of 255 specimen collections. We do not have the staff to keep up with that pace in terms of nursing and swabbing capabilities. We have recruited a couple other part-time nurses. They start on the 29th, which will help us quite a bit. And we've continued to reach out to all of our nursing and healthcare provider partners across the county in hopes that they can help us fill in, because it's a service we can certainly want to continue providing, but the staffing of it has been extremely difficult. So I thank the board and County Manager Jayne in allowing us the flexibility as we try to bring on temps in short order so that we can continue to meet this need. In terms of specimen collection kits, I'll have some numbers for you later today on our total number of kits that we have. We have a new shipment of swabs coming in today from Arizona State Department of Health. And I share that because getting swabs from ADHS has been difficult. The supply chain opened up for a while and it seems to have tightened back in terms of swabs. So we're continuing to be creative in how we outreach and piecemeal different types of kits and swabs together. So we're going through all of our inventory today to see exactly where we stand, since we are expending about 200 kits per day at various testing sites. So you can look for that in your email later today as I share that information. And then just a quick update on personal protective equipment. We have received a lot of PPE in over the last 3 weeks. I'm proud to say the logistics team has been on top of that as they get the PPE inventoried and then distributed. We've been distributing a lot of PPE and reaching out to entities that originally contacted us when we did not have PPE supplies. And we're checking in with those partners to see how we can assist them. Of course, working with our schools, hospitals, healthcare providers. But our goal is to keep a manageable amount of PPE on stock, as we know we're going to continue having increases in COVID for a little bit, as our testing has demonstrated. But we also don't want excess PPE sitting on the shelves. We want to be able to distribute it so that people can use it, and so hopefully it will contribute to a downward trajectory. So that work is going on. Our Tier 1 alternate care facility, Hotel Aspen, still continues to shelter individuals. We have been seeing those numbers decrease, which has been a good sign as we've seen that downward curve within our congregate sheltering community. Really proud of all the collaborative work there that we've done with Flagstaff Shelter Services, North Country Healthcare, and others in order to bring those numbers down. And it truly has been a work of love by many different partners for that to happen. With the increases in COVID across our communities, I would not be surprised if we see another spike within our different congregate settings. So we're staying prepared there as well. The only other thing I'll share right now, Madam Chair, is regarding the Reentry Employee Advisory Council. As the board knows, with the board's assistance, we did create that Employee Reentry Advisory Council. This morning, we had our second meeting. It is a terrific group of people that represent departments and offices across employee departments. And so what they have recommended to us in our 2 meetings that we've had so far is that they appreciate that we have been proactive in creating a protocol for employees in terms of what we expect them to do with wearing face coverings in county buildings, but they wanted to see a policy rather than a protocol. our committee members really felt strongly that a protocol was not enough and that a policy needed to be enacted due to the seriousness of the pandemic and the need to keep each other safe as well as our respective families. So we've collaboratively worked with Human Resources, thanks to Ms. Philpot, and we do have a draft that's been refined several times, so it's more than a draft. But that will be coming to the board on June 29th, I believe, along with some other policies for consideration. So really excited about that and thank the Employee Reentry Council for their hard work on that and for the really deep thinking and communication in terms of what we saw that looking like if it indeed were going to be a policy. And then, as you know as well, during the governor's press conference last Wednesday, June 17th, he announced his new executive order that allowed municipalities and counties to adopt jurisdiction-specific face coverings or mask requirements. And this board did that this past weekend on Saturday. The Board of Supervisors enacted a requirement of face coverings in public spaces. There, of course, are exceptions to those individuals that have to wear some type of face coverings, dependent on age, medical concerns. But hopefully with the enactment of this proclamation, we'll also start to see some of the downward trend in our COVID cases. So just really applaud the board and thank you for acting so swiftly upon doing that. And I've heard lots of great comments from various folks across our communities saying that they appreciated that as well. So with that, Madam Chair, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Let me bring it to the board for any questions they may have of your presentation. Board members?
Madam Chair, this is
Yes.
Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Go ahead, Supervisor Fowler.
Marie, I have a question about contract tracing. As we know, with our numbers going up, and just wondering how we're doing with our contract tracing and being able to keep up with that and coordinating with Navajo Nation, since we have 13 communities in Navajo.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. I can't speak specifically to coordinating with Navajo Nation. I don't have any updated information on that, aside from that we continue to coordinate with all of our partner jurisdictions and other counties as well. But I will work with the team and send you some specific information on that. But regarding contact tracing, staff are keeping up with it, but that, along with the nursing staff and those at Fort Tuthill, has been extremely difficult. The cases continue to increase, the contract tracing, as well as the monitoring, and for people that may be listening that aren't as familiar, and I know the board is aware, but they continue to monitor cases. It's not just a one and done with the contract tracing. If you have an exposure, the disease monitoring team continues to stay in contact with those cases. And so we are short-staffed in those areas. We lost one of two of our epidemiologists recently. Very proud of her. She had a great promotional opportunity in another state, but that did create quite a gap on our team. So with that, we're also continuing to train new people. ADHS has rolled out a contract tracing program through the CDC. We have requested to be included in that along with all of those resources. It just is not up and going yet. We continue to have daily updates on that. And then we continue to also work with our other partners, NAU, just various others, and we're hiring temps there as well to be able to assist us. So we're hoping to be fully staffed in that area. So nothing has fell by the wayside. It has just been tough going, if you will, for the team. They are working around the clock, including weekends.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Thanks, Marie. So a quick question on testing. We had some questions last night on my weekly Facebook piece. Are we still using the Abbott Rapid machine? And are we using those for frontline health workers? And how are we dealing with the high error rates, if the answer is? So that's the first question.
Great, thank you. So we are still using it. Primarily, a couple of our law enforcement agencies are using it. Right now, the Abbott has about a 48% accuracy rate is what the latest information is showing. We do have frontline healthcare organizations as well as law enforcement organizations that do not want to use it because of that. So we've really left it up to those frontline organizations if they want to use the Abbott or if they want the traditional swabbing. For those entities that are using it, they understand the risks of it being 48% accurate. Where the Abbott has really been helpful is the positives are more accurate. The negatives are really what's showing the 48%. So if you get a positive, that allows you to pull that person off the line with good confidence. If you have a negative, then we're still following the ADHS guidance of treating it as a presumed positive, and then that organization follows their own procedures.
Okay, great. That's super helpful. And then what are you seeing for general turnaround times from, so our samples are still going to TGen, correct? Are we still sending to AZDHS lab as state lab as well?
We are, but in limited supplies. They're mostly all going to TGen. TGen is accepting other contracts, and I don't know the depth of it. So they have a daily amounts that they can run and process. So there's some thresholds that helps us determine where we're sending.
Okay, and then so can you just speak to the turnaround times for each of those entities? And I know there's variables, but I know some folks, you can test in the morning, you get a result the next day. Are we still seeing some of those 4, 5, and 6 day test turnaround times from either of those entities?
We're not. The test turnaround time has pretty much been within 24 hours. Fridays are the biggest exception to that. I got a text, I'm going to throw it out there, from Lauren Louder at TGC last week. One of her staff received results in 5 hours. I don't know how that happens, but we were thrilled.
Great. Thank you very much. Just appreciate the work and the data you bring forward on a regular basis. And do want to have a conversation, if we can, in this conversation, Madam Chair, about the proclamation, edits, adjustments, and things like that. Just had, hearing some feedback from folks in the community. And so that's your call on where and when that can happen. But thanks, Marie.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we will have that conversation. I wanted to let Marie go over the county mask policy first. Were we going to do the actual, or are we going to speak at all to the county organization mask policy?
I was not. I'm happy to. And I think Erika Philpot is on as well. I believe HR was going to introduce that. Erika, if you're on, if you could chime in, and I'll go ahead and start while maybe she gets off mute. And I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, no, just maybe just a brief update on where we're at with that. You did say that the committee met, and so maybe just a really 30,000 foot level overview.
Sure. So that actually came up during the first committee meeting, which was last Tuesday, and it was the topic of most interest. I can say that there was consensus among the committee, and it was not a shy committee. They really felt like they wanted a policy and not a procedure. And they wanted some more definition around what certain things within the policy meant, which is where both Erika and facilities have really assisted. For instance, they wanted to know what really is a cubicle space. What do we mean by the tall walls? How much space should there be if there's shared touchdown? So that has been strengthened. They also wanted some commentary on progressive discipline if people did not follow it. We did not add the progressive disciplinary components to it because staying uniform with other policies across the county, that's not a portion of a policy. But we had a lot of conversations about that. And what it really got down to is that people really feel strongly about their coworkers having to wear a face covering within the work setting. They want to stay safe. They want to keep their families safe. And what they also really asked, and I don't want to give the impression that they wanted it just a, first warning and then you're in trouble. They wanted to have some help with de-escalating situations or bringing up wearing face coverings either to coworkers that weren't adhering to the rule and to the general public that entered our buildings that perhaps were not following the rule, because they wanted it to be a friendly conversation, but they felt like they needed some training and some assistance in that area. So Human Resources was engaged in that conversation as well. So this morning for the second meeting, we discussed the updates. And so we've had a couple drafts of the policy, and now it is back with Human Resources as a final policy ready to come to the board. But in terms of the training that the team requested, Human Resources reached out to the sheriff's departments and asked them to dust off and revamp one of the previous trainings that they've done on de-escalation. So that was presented this morning to the Reentry Advisory Council by the Sheriff's Department. So we thank the sheriff for doing that, as well as Chief Deputy Axland. And so there was, and there's nothing that's been decided on that as of yet, where we'll go with that. A lot of people wanted to see an interactive hybrid training. Other people still wanted to see it in person, which of course is complicated. Others wanted to see 100% virtual training. And then there was also some commentary that while the sheriff's office always delivers a good training, perhaps we wanted to see some that really incorporated, whether it's behavioral health specialist or more of that counseling feel into it. So I suspect that by the time we're done with this, we'll have more than one training opportunity for staff.
Great. Any questions on that?
Madam Chair, I know Erika is now on. If there are any specific questions about the countywide mask policy, and just a reminder that will be going to the board next week, next Monday.
Yes. Any questions in specific for Erika?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So thanks. So not a question, but a comment on, and we're going to get it into it with our proclamation, but really needing clarity on if you can do 6 feet of social distancing in an office. My view is it's physical distancing and wearing masks are the 2 primary strategies. And so, if you're in an office and you are able to physically distance outside of in a non-public space, I'm hoping that we will allow people not to wear masks. Because it just seems like that is serving absolutely the intent. And I know we can get into it on our proclamation piece, but as we kind of talk about in-house versus out-of-house, I do think non-public parts of the county are completely different. And those who can social distance shouldn't need to wear a mask in their office or something like that. And I know we're kind of working through that. So that's my only comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. Okay, well, I think
Madam Chair.
Manager Jayne, is this a good time for us to get into let me just get County Manager Jayne and then Supervisor Parks. I'll get you just one second. Is this a good time for us to get into the discussion about the proclamation? Because I do want to make sure and reserve time for that. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything else under this item.
Madam Chair, thank you. Dr. Peoples gave her update. I think it'd be time now. We have about a half an hour before the lunch break to get into the proclamation now and to look at that language proclamation that you signed on Friday.
Sure, super. Thank you so much. Okay, Supervisor Parks, question?
I did have a comment, but it can wait until we get into the discussion on the proclamation.
Okay, great. So I just want to make sure we're done with the comments on the on anything that Dr. Peoples presented thus far and the county's mask policy, which will be brought to us next week. And so now we can go on to the proclamation. And so I think so we'll just start out. There are 2 areas that I felt need to be clarified in the proclamation. And I really want to thank folks for also providing input throughout the weekend, residents and members of the public. And so there seemed to be some clarification needed for members of our disability community. And so I did ask Rose to take a look at language to clarify mask use for members of the disability community. And then there also was some parents of smaller children wanted clarification of masks for smaller children who perhaps would not want to have a mask on or be difficult to have a mask on. So that was another area. And then the clarification around physical distancing. And if that is considered in the proclamation. Is it a mask at all times when with another person or another person present, or is it a mask or 6 feet of distancing? Those are the items that I had on my list. So maybe we can just go through and get everybody's list, kind of like the items they want, and then we can just, that they want it to provide input to, and then we can address each of them. I think that would be a good approach. Just get the list and then take it one by one. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are that I do feel still that this is an unnecessary proclamation. I feel that it was done in a great deal of haste. I don't know why it couldn't have waited until today and have us all vote on it. That would have made me still probably the only one that would vote against it. However, we have, as we've seen, these masks there are several different types of masks. There are several different uses for these types of masks. The surgical mask, this one here, is only supposed to be used, it's designed to be used in sterile situations. It is designed to trap particles on the exhale, not on the inhale. So these masks don't really do you any good if you're trying to keep yourself well. These only keep the others around you from getting your droplets, your breath droplets. The P95 and the N95 masks are meant to be used in non-sterile and actually contaminated situations where they do stop on the inhale, they stop the particles from getting into your system, but they do not do anything for the folks that you're around. And as a matter of fact, the P95 mask with the small port in the front, those are meant to blow without any restriction your exhale breath out into the air. So the cloth masks are the ones recommended by us in our proclamation. And I say us, I don't mean me, because I don't really think the proclamation is necessary or warranted. But okay, the cloth masks are recommended by us in our proclamation. Those are the best ones to catch the droplets for what we have. They are readily available, can be made by anybody, and they do stop the droplets. The others stop the droplets as well. But the one thing about any of these masks is that they have to be cleaned or laundered. Most people, that you see, are continuing to use the same mask day after day without cleaning them. This is a problem because when the mask dries out, the droplets dry out, that leaves the virus itself in a free atmosphere within the mask material. And when you put that mask on, you can breathe those virus particles, or you can exhale them and become a walking virus dispensary. So we need to have a real conversation with some education, if we're going to do this, to educate people on taking care of the mask and taking care of themselves. I feel that we have, by this proclamation, we have given a lot of folks out there who have been being very careful and staying home, including the elderly population, the opportunity to go out in public and feel safe that they're in public and yet not be safe because of the things that I mentioned about the masks. And to Supervisor Babbitt's point, the CDC and the Occupation Health and Safety Administration both recommend that social distancing is not the mask is not a replacement for social distancing. You still need the social distancing. I can make some more comments, but I'm going to go ahead and not make any more right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Other board members? Supervisor Babbitt?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so appreciate this and appreciate the the tension between expediency on getting something out and because of the really significant increase we're seeing. I think it was 88% increase, and certainly what we have lagged behind the Valley and Southern Arizona counties like Yuma County, La Paz County, Pinal, Pima, Maricopa is, we had our first glimpse of what that might look like here. So, we went into an emergency declaration that allows for nimbleness. And sometimes there is that tension between nimbleness and expediency. And so where I am with it is I am very supportive of strategies that address the only two areas that we really can affect this transmission and community transmission is through social distancing and mask use. There are no pharmaceutical pieces of this yet that are meaningful. And so we need to play in the sandbox of where we actually can affect what we are seeing here. And I think it is, these are difficult decisions and we need to be thoughtful about them. But I do believe we are making the right decision because at the end of the day, if what comes between our community, our small businesses, our families being able to remain having a shot at viability and vitality and having businesses open, if what's standing between that and me is an uncomfortable, annoying face mask, sign me up for that, because I am unwilling to not put that at my forefront here. And so I am supportive of this. I understand that it is not the right fit for everyone. I understand that there are people who believe we are not adhering to their certain perspectives on the Constitution, but I think this is in our bailiwick. I think it's important we do this. So with that said, what I would like to see is, so we had our proclamation, the city's proclamation. What I've been hearing from folks, I had a huge, big discussion on this last night. People are really asking us to align words and principles, but as best we can with our jurisdictions. The city put theirs out, we put ours out. The city, I think the city did a really good job with their proclamation. We did a good job. I do think theirs is a little kind of more clear and concise in terms of how we draw the line. And so I hope we align with the actual words, with the actual ages of exemptions and things. I heard that really clearly from a lot of people in a lot of conversations, and the most recent being a very, very engaged conversation last night that I do a Q&A on. So I really like under D, on the cities, it's really explicit. You wear a mask if you can't maintain social distancing, period. If you in those public spaces, if you can, you do not need to wear a mask. I really like number 1. Number 2, I think we should put number 3 in there. It doesn't hurt on religious beliefs if there's a problem with wearing a mask. I understand there may be some pieces around number 5, which is the OSHA piece. I'm not OSHA lawyer. I don't know what that reality is. And then number 6, I really like how they're written. I think they are a little bit more clear and a little bit more flexible than the language in ours. I really like this notion that if you have a medical condition or you have a family member with a developmental disability, a mental health condition, something, you know, and it's not the right thing, you don't do it. And you don't need to be carrying your doctor's orders around and things like that. That is just an accommodation piece. I think that is reasonable. So, Madam Chair, I really agree with the areas that you referenced. And, you know, I really heard from people, let's use the same language, let's use the same criteria whenever possible. And, you know, we worked really hard, really appreciate legal and health's work on ours. You know, I just think theirs is laid out pretty well. And in retrospect, you know, perhaps Jim was right. Perhaps we could have waited a day on it, but we didn't. And so let's just adjust it to make it understandable, to make it consistent, to make it intelligible, so that the people who are already sacrificing have a good understanding of that. So that would be my sense, is to amend with really some of those attentions to the words and the language, because as we all know, jurisdictional boundaries play out in our heads. They don't play out in the vast majority of heads of citizens or parents or families and stuff. And we need to keep our eye on the prize and what we're trying to achieve, but also be flexible to a reasonable degree and aligned with our partners. So that would be my input on direction, is really to try and model this with our partner that has already kind of moved forward on this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, yeah, I have my notes all over the place on this one. But you know, we've been fortunate for many years that we haven't had a biological threat, and we've had advances in medicines. And yet, mutations occur. I mean, you look at what penicillin was, the miracle drug in World War II, but that's been modified and modified and modified because of so many different mutations. Fortunately, we haven't experienced a pandemic at a broader scale for many years, and I'm very fortunate that we don't have anything that comes near what the plague was. But with that, with all these advances, I think we've become a little bit more complacent in terms of why there is a need when they do occur. And so with anything, you know, when you're being told something and you don't know why you need to do this, there's a tendency to push back on it, similar to safety belts. Very simplistic analogy, but safety belts, people didn't want to wear safety belts, but they're shown to save lives. You don't know when it's going to happen, when you need them. And similarly, we have a germ out there, a virus in this case, that we're still discovering how it manifests itself. There are a lot of unknowns, and as noted, we don't have vaccines right now. We're on an astronomical pace because of the advances in technology and understanding that at least it's a rapid pace, but even so, that rapid pace and how it plays out is prolonged. It's going to take, a year, maybe 2 years. And it begs the question on testing. Drawback is we don't have the ability to get testing. Part of it is, understanding the appropriate testing and how to adjust for this particular virus. The other piece of it is a supply component. The good thing is that we've been standing up testing facilities, which is helping if people have contracted it and are in an active state. But beyond that, there's a lot of speculation on how we should approach this. The piece that right now we're getting pushback on is mask. I mean, gosh, a virus, if you want to get to that poor level, most masks don't work, but what they are is they're a pre-filter, similar to you get the big chunks out before for your water supply with pre-filters, but you get to higher and higher levels of filtration depending upon circumstance, and the type of filter you can use could be quite costly, and it might be unique circumstances, such as HEPA filters and clean rooms, and how you go about that for maintaining a germ-free environment. It's not so perfect out there in the normal world, and so what we're trying to suggest to people is put a pre-filter on as a preventative measure. And the other piece of it is similar. When we step forward with proposing an ordinance, people don't know. The cities is the same as ours. It's the same fine in that way as ours, but there are two actions prior to it. There's an education component, and then there's a warning. And even when it comes to action, you go through a whole legal element associated with that. And everybody's bringing up the most extreme case of interpretation of the law for how this would be applied. Well, the first piece is we're trying to encourage people with this to help us implement preventative measures, if not for yourself, for those around you. You could be asymptomatic and carrying it into a vulnerable population, and so it's a courtesy. And so we've implemented measures that as we get more and more people to, as a courtesy, but like the seatbelt, start wearing them, it provides us an opportunity to extend the period through which we've modified the curve. We're not going to fully change it until we do have the vaccines, but the whole discussions we got into early, and probably has not been, well, maybe it's been out there, but it's been a while since the general population has seen it, is what are we attempting to do? We're trying to reduce the impact on emergency rooms, provide a preventative measure that makes it more manageable at a societal level. Now we're starting to see larger spikes nationally as well as in our state. And even though our curve was starting to come down until that last figure in the graph that Marie was showing, we were managing our curve. But we opened up the community, and we have a lot of people coming in from elsewhere and very few people using preventative measures, that we're starting to see a spike again with that. If we get people to use their preventative measures, it would help us to manage that curve. And so I think we are doing the right thing. We have a pushback. I understand people don't want to be told what to do, and no, I haven't seen it yet, and therefore why should I? But we are seeing it in our community, and we are looking at these things. So as we talk about what we need to do, one is the mask discussion, CDC versus OSHA. One's looking at chemicals, and it's not restricting what you're breathing out. It's not looking at the biological agent. The other one is looking at a medical side of things, but clarification for understanding of why we have the recommendation of what we have, and how we're trying to address this biological agent that is coming into our communities. That's the age piece. So people are confused immediately. They hop on the 2-year-old thing or the 3 to 5-year-olds. We had it in there, but it's not clear, and people don't understand it, and they're looking at the fine, and you get a fear that can work through, or the education and the understanding associated with it for that last piece, beyond that I didn't get into on the earlier discussions, but we need to consider, we want it to go forward like an education piece if we can. Can we get our healthcare workers, our health, working together with the sheriff's office on the how do we support our organizational, our capacity, whether it's on the health side or on the sheriff's side, and more importantly, getting the community to understand why we're doing it and how we're doing it. So I know we're looking at the ordinance. I'm here on the conversation. If we need to flex some, that's fine. There was a reason we needed to, I guess, yeah, it's a proclamation. As a proclamation, in order to have enforceability for any of ours, whether it was a zoning ordinance or it's a health ordinance or it's a proclamation under emergency, they always have these pieces attached. It's just, it's not typically outlined as the community consumes. And so there isn't as much understanding. So we need to work on that message. And I've talked quite a bit, but yeah, I've gotten, I've seen the discussion at the community level. And if we modify some, we still need it to be a proclamation. So it's not suggestive. It actually is a proclamation. So that people start doing this. And do we modify it so it's a little bit more practical? Let's try and do it. I'm willing to go there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Fowler? And I'm just trying to get everybody's thoughts down. Our county attorney Rose is on the line, and she will take all of this into consideration. We are not really agendized today to have an in-depth discussion about this item. It is under the COVID update, which this was recommended by our public health officials. And so that's why we can discuss it, but at least get input to it today. But just what we want to hear is, just the items that you feel might need clarification, and then Rose will take a stab at drafting that, and we'll be able to get it to Jimmy, and he can again get input from every board member. So go ahead. Lena, Supervisor Fowler. You're on mute. There you go.
Yes, thank you. I am very supportive of this proclamation, and I have noticed the community conversation and been just really reading it. And I think that, there's sometimes there's a confusion between the city where this ordinance applies. And I appreciate you, Madam Chair, responding to some of the emails that have come in and clarifying certain portions of the proclamation. But I think that the proclamation is just really just clear, protect yourself and protect the others when you're in public, and when you're at home or in your own vehicle or with your family, then, you don't, those are people that you are with and live with. And so you can, you don't have to have the mask when you're there, but when you're in public, we see a rise in Flagstaff and in Page and throughout Arizona. Arizona is on the news every morning, or whenever there's a conversation about the general overview of the country, and Arizona is there all the time. So the one way to prevent you from getting the virus is to not have contact with it. And so when you're in public right now, the most effective way, or one way, is to make sure you wear your mask. It's the droplets that you really have to be careful with. We're even telling people, when you gas up, make sure that you wear gloves, or else you wash your hands right away. So this is just another measure of our job, I believe, to protect the general public and to put this stop. We have lost too many loved ones, too many people that are our acquaintance, and just hearing the suffering that takes place, and the stress that is put on the medical centers. I think that's really something we really need to think about, and I think this proclamation does just that. And I know that I know that the businesses in the unincorporated areas, which most of mine are, and they are adhering to the measures and making sure social distancing is happening. And I think that we all have to work together with business communities and just the general public when we do travel. So that's all I would add. I'm very supportive of this proclamation. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And perhaps a little bit of just history in that the health department and our public health officials have brought the recommendation forward and continue to stand by the recommendation of having a proclamation for a county-wide ordinance. I certainly understand that other cities within Coconino County are taking up the discussion of, a proclamation, are taking up the discussions of proclamations or some type of instrument to require face coverings. And so we will be, of course, communicating with colleagues from other government entities to see what their intentions are. So County Manager Jayne, do you feel like you have what you need in terms of input from board members to then be able to meet with our public health officials and with Deputy County Attorney Winkler?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think we do. We have some guidance that you all have given us today that I will work with Rose and Dr. Peoples and the HHS team to craft into a modified proclamation then that we will share out for your consideration. Thank you for the feedback today.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I make one more comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we probably need to look at the penalties. These penalties are pretty excessive for not wearing a mask that really doesn't do a whole lot of good. A $2,500 fine and 6 months in jail and 3 years of probation. That's pretty excessive for something like this that is not I mean, this is overreach. This is really abuse of power. And to require a person to wear a mask and to punish them that severely if they don't are two different things. I find that if there are a lot of people that have been contacting me that are against the mask because they know that I am against it. And for them to, okay, we have 3 levels of the enforcement part here. The first one is education, the second one is a warning, and the third one is a citation. And the citation can lead to 6 months in jail or 3 years of probation or a $2,500 fine. That pretty much ruins a person's life right there. Getting them in the system for 3 years. After 6 months in jail, they're going to lose their job. They're going to be pretty far down as far as a $2,500 fine goes too. This is really government overreach. I'm really sorry that we are going through this. As far as keeping folks at home and keeping them away from the virus, that's good. As far as giving them a sense of a false sense of safety if they go out in public with a mask because they think everybody else is going to be wearing masks, that's wrong as well. I did have some ideas about I'm sorry, hi Rose.
Oh, sorry.
The possibility that we might be able to do enforcement a different way, having the health department actually have a hand in the enforcement. County Manager Jayne doesn't want to go that way because that puts the onus for the enforcement onto the business proprietor and not the patron. But both Coconino County and Pima County have incorporated that part of it in their ordinance, in their proclamation. So they are both utilizing the business owner, restaurateur, or whoever, to actually do the enforcement on this by approaching them, telling them that they need to have a mask. If that doesn't work, throw them out of the restaurant. That is their prerogative with any person who is doing anything that is out of the ordinary that is disturbing the peace of the rest of the patrons in the restaurant. So I actually feel at this point that that's probably the way that we should go. And I think that would probably ease the minds of our law enforcement people, Sheriff Driscoll and possibly the police department as well, although I haven't talked to them. All right, thank you.
Deputy County Attorney Winkler.
Thank you, Chair Archuleta. I just wanted to address the comments from Supervisor Parks regarding the penalties as they're described in the proclamation. That is not, those are not something that the board or the chair has discretion on. Those were not ones that any staff or you yourself as the chair decided on. ARS 26-317 defines the level of penalty that a violation of an emergency proclamation it defines the penalty that goes with the violation, and it is a class 1 misdemeanor. So that's something set by statute. It's not something that the county can change. And then the penalties as described in the proclamation are simply the maximum penalties that are associated with class 1 misdemeanors. So, certainly those are maximum penalties. If there's going to be discretion in the case of any enforcement, that would be up to the court. And so it's not something that the county has any flexibility with. I just wanted to make that note.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is not a choice that I make or that this board makes in terms of the statute that guides this proclamation. I just want to address that just because of the abuse of power statement. That is not something that I have the power, any member of this board or this governing body has the power to do. In regards to Pima and Maricopa County, they indeed did put forth a proclamation They did put forth a proclamation that impacted the incorporated areas as well as the unincorporated areas. So those two proclamations are all encompassing. It includes all the geographic regions of those entire counties. So not only did they make decisions regarding the unincorporated areas that they are the authority for, they also made decisions for cities and towns that are within their county boundaries. And the proclamation that Coconino County has made does not include the cities and towns within the boundaries of the geographic region of Coconino County. It is up to those cities and towns to determine their proclamations, should they wish to put forth one. I think it's also good probably to go back to Dr. Peoples to talk about the genesis of staff requesting that the county put forth a mask proclamation. And so if you can just remind us again, Dr. Peoples, the health priority that we are addressing and the health reasons why this is necessary.
Hi, thank you so much. So there's a multitude of health reasons, but it really boils down to masks have been identified, or face coverings have been identified. And while they are imperfect, a lot of the commentary has pointed to that, and that's accurate. They're not 100%, but what they really do is they keep others safe, not the person wearing them. But because we have so many asymptomatic people within our community and across the nation, it really helps for people like me who feel just fine if I'm wearing a face covering, because it keeps my loved ones safe, it keeps my coworkers safe, and anybody that I happen to come in contact with, whether it's in a casual place such as a grocery store or others that I just come into contact with. And so it really is best practice to have a face covering on. And again, while it is imperfect, many of our things that we do as best practice are not that silver bullet or solve all issues. It's a multitude of factors that keep people safe. And so a face covering is just a tool within our toolbox, but right now it is our most proven tool, right along with hand washing. And thank you, Chair Archuleta, for noting the Reentry Employee Advisory Committee, because they did indeed say that as employees who are talking about re-entering the workplace, they really felt strongly that there be a policy again, and not just a protocol, and that was also extended to our visitors and those that we serve while entering our buildings in all possible cases. We all know that there are some exceptions, whether it's for kiddos or people with medical conditions, but for the most part, this was really a call to action for each of us to do what we can do to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Any other?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Babbitt.
Yeah, thanks. Just really quickly. So one piece that did come up as well in some of my conversations was, and we don't have to do this today, but some understanding of the criteria that would, when does this proclamation sunset? What are the types of criteria that would inform that? Do we want to put a date for reauthorization on it? That was something that came up from a few folks. It's a reasonable question, I do believe. And then, I do want to, there are, I say this all the time, there are no purely right or wrong answers these days. There are answers that serve different sides of a curve of comfort and risk. But I do want to recognize that we have had 600,000 Arizonans unemployed. We have had countless, probably hundreds and hundreds of businesses who will not reopen. Their lives have been permanently altered by this. Their businesses have. And so I don't think we need to look at the totality of the picture. And, again, what is the price to pay to make sure our economies have a shot at still staying open on some level, that our schools have a shot at staying open, and that we don't go into free-for-all paralysis again. And to me, when I do the cost, the balance sheet on that, it's pretty clear. I am willing to err on the side of being more preventative to help my businesses, communities, families, and vulnerable populations. So, it is a totality. It's not just, the risk isn't just for those on one side. It's existing risk that is going on in our communities all the time, every day, right now, with 17% unemployment here. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Jimmy, then I think you have what you need and to work with Dr. Peoples and
Madam Chair, just quickly, if I
yes,
may.
County Attorney Winkler. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Supervisor.
thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, actually, I was just looking at, somebody was asking, I was suggesting the idea as a law for courtesy. Push comes to shove. This is a health issue that we're discussing that threatens our community. We're working as the health authority on what to do. We're trying to do it in a way that works and gets cooperation of the public in what is happening. The fortunate piece is we have education elements that helps us move in that direction, but we really are looking at the health of our community and a threat from a germ, a virus that's out there, and have had professional advice over time based on the most up-to-date knowledge of what we're doing. Our preventative measures have worked at a community level, and this is another preventative measure. I will state I support this. I'm glad that we move forward with this. Part of the question was, does it need to be massaged? It is a proclamation. It is an action under an emergency, a health emergency. That is the prerogative of the chair, but I support what the chair has done with this based on the advice from both legal and from the health side. The final piece of it would be, as I understand, and I think it was outlined by Rose, the jurisdictions that are using this ARS citation have the same fines. It's just typically they aren't outlined and people are focused on that, and they're the most extreme level. Courts might dismiss, courts might reduce, and yet we have two actions prior to that that are, one's education, the other's a warning on it. So I think we are trying to make it as easy as possible for people to start stepping forward and doing this, but I do support what we are doing with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam
I
Chair.
appreciate the information. Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I think the education piece, the education piece is very important. When we look at the data that is sent to us on a daily basis, our 20 to 44-year-olds continue to increase. And this is the population that believes that they are immune from getting the virus. So we're trying to take care of that young generation to be able to have a healthy, long life. And so this is not forever policy or proclamation. It's a short time. The more we practice safe measures in our own lives and protecting others, the sooner that we will be able to overcome this virus. And so I just thought I'd just add that, and I fully support this. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I also fully support a mask proclamation for Coconino County, the unincorporated areas, and leaving it up to the cities and towns within our county to make that decision for themselves, of which some already have. This is not about me and protecting myself. It's about protecting others. It's about protecting those that are around me, those that are close to me, those that are my neighbors, those that are my coworkers, those that are in my community. That's what it's about. And I think, taking 1 minute to put on a mask, for it to maybe be a little uncomfortable or for it to be hot is just fine. If it protects, my 11-year-old son who has an immune compromised system, then I'm going to do that. If it protects my senior neighbor, I'm going to do that. If it protects the person that I don't know at the grocery store, I may not know their name or who they are, I'm going to do that. I think, there was a campaign slogan, masking is caring. That's what it's about. And we come from a very caring community. And so why not do it? It's about businesses who want to open and to be able to generate the revenue for their livelihood. And the way they can do it is by having people mask. For me, this is something that it's obvious that we're human beings. We should have humanity. We should care about one another. It's okay to wear a mask. And while our numbers continue to rise, then let's do all that we can to try to flatten that curve. If we want to have some type of getting back to a normal life prior to COVID, then let's do this. Let's all work together and do it so that we can get back to that sense of a normal life as quick as we can. So for me, it's something that I have no reservation in supporting. Happy to make some clarifications so that it makes it easier for people to understand specifically what it is that they need to be doing to be able to adhere to the proclamation. I think that's absolutely reasonable. Education is absolutely reasonable. I know that County Manager Jayne spoke to Sheriff Driscoll about the proclamation. He was absolutely fine with it, supportive of it, understood that law enforcement would be called on to enforce it if necessary. But please understand, there is education, there's warnings, there's so much before you get to the actual statute where it's a misdemeanor or you would get a fine or you would get arrested. So listen, if it's really up to us to take care of our community. And with that, we will have a recess for lunch, but I just want to make sure that people understand where we're going to go from here with the actual proclamation. It will go to our county manager, who will work with our county attorney, make the clarifications, and he will work with board members, and we will then that will be brought back for a signature. Okay. Thanks so much. And let's see, Jimmy, what time are we reconvening? I think it's 1:30. Is that good with you?
Madam Chair, I would suggest 1:30. That would give a full hour of a break. And then we do have 2 executive sessions this afternoon. And then we would have time for roundtable before a dinner break and the 6 o'clock session for consideration of the budget.
Okay, great. Well, then we will recess until 1:30. Thank you so much. Have a good lunch. Well, good afternoon. We are back from our 1 hour lunch break, and the next item on our agenda is an executive session. So we will need to go into executive session. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Is there a second?
All right, thank you, Lena.
Was that Supervisor?
I will second the motion. This is Supervisor Fowler. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So there's a motion and a second to go into executive session. And all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it's unanimous that we go into executive session. Okay, and this is executive session. It's a discussion and consultation with attorneys to consider the board's position and instruct its attorneys regarding the board's position in contract negotiation with our entertainment for management of the amphitheater at Fort Hill County Park. And we'll be entering executive session for that. Then also discussion of purchase, sale, or lease of real property and contract negotiations. So we have 2 items for our executive session. We will be leaving this meeting and we will go into the executive session meeting using Teams. Thank you.
I'm good, thanks. I will take it down. Thank you.
Art, did you have something you wanted to add?
Can you hear me?
Okay. I don't think so at this time.
Huh.
Okay. Any other information you can share with us, Dennis, or did you have anything else?
I think I would add a couple of last items just so that you'll know that this is not an impasse. It's not static, that it, quite frankly, the conversation with the Americana is dynamic and going forward. For example, we're in a position to go forward with an Alta survey, and we're going to, one of our next steps, and I'm going to play the card when I feel like it's the appropriate time, is to ask ownership if it can go in there and survey the property and get some kind of an Alta survey on the property to help us define definitively where property boundaries are and the title easements, and particularly to address that 4th Street easement in there. Although all of us are very confident that it's in place, the only time we're going to get insurance on it is if we've got some kind of a Alta survey and a title.
Can you guys hold on a minute? Excuse me.
Sure.
You just remain silent just for a minute. Jimmy, I'm going to call you. Can everybody just remain silent for one moment? I think we're broadcasting publicly. Hold on, please.
Okay, welcome back to our meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We just finished our executive session and just want to make sure that we are all on. I see Supervisor Ryan and let's see, Supervisor Parks. I see that you're on, and we have Supervisor Babbitt, and I'm looking for Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Fowler, are you on? Okay, well, we will get Supervisor Fowler on, and we will go ahead and get started. Eric, go ahead and go with roundtable.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Appreciate you coming back to roundtable. Some updates for you today, and then I will try not to take too much time, but also as much time as you all want to address on issues. I want to start with our federal update. Provided Bob and Anna's report to you all this morning. You might have been in the meetings, but it's in your email, the latest update. But the biggest news is obviously the Great America Outdoors Act, which provides full funding for the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and also a deferred maintenance fund for the National Park System, has passed the Senate in a overwhelming bipartisan vote. It is now being scheduled. The majority leader has announced he will open the bill up to the regular process at the end of July in the U.S. House. What does the regular process mean? There is a contingent of Arizona Republicans, namely Congressman Gosar and Biggs, that have pushed hard to see the bill be open to amendments because they would like to strip out the land and water conservation funding. Mr. Hoyer, the majority leader in the House, agreed this morning to open the bill up for amendment processes. Do not expect the bill to be amended to remove that funding, but the bill is going to be opened up for those amendment potentials that will be coming at the end of July is the schedule when the House leader has said that the bill will be up. So I wanted to make sure you were all aware of that. As we look at the later floor period in July, the House will take up that bill at that time. So there is some time there, but obviously, again, Gosar and Biggs and most of the Western caucus have pushed against the land and water conservation piece there, arguing about federal ownership assets. And there is a push to include an amendment that would prohibit land and water conservation funding from being used to increase a federal portfolio of land in any state with more than 50% of its ownership being federally owned. So across any agency. So that's our first update. I'll just stop there and take questions or conversation pieces about that. We do expect Mr. Grijalva to be the floor manager of the bill as it moves its way through the House in that process.
So Eric, just a question about the Great American Outdoors Act and then the Land Water Conservation Fund. So opening it up to amendments then are they basically taking the Senate bill and hearing that, or are they taking the House version and hearing that? I'm sorry, I got a little confused.
Great question. So they're taking the Senate bill. Normally, if you get such a bipartisan vote like that, the hope would be to simply hear it under a speedier process and have the minority party not object to just moving the bill right to its final reading without amendments and adopting the Senate version as it is. But that is exactly what, as you know, Mr. Bishop, and then namely Gosar and Biggs have pushed for, is to have the chance to amend. Given the fact that they were going to object to the normal process, the majority leader, Mr. Hoyer, simply scheduled the Senate bill to be considered through amendments, not in committee. This is all on the floor, but to go on the floor and go through the amendment process. In the House, the amendment process can be quite laborious as they work through how many ever amendments will get filed on this bill. So it will take more time. It has not changed Bob or Anna or my expectation that the bill in the Senate form will pass the House. It's just going to be later in the month of July.
With any outlook on whether amendments would pass, or you think it's just pass in its original form?
We believe it'll pass in its original form. We at this point don't have any outlook, but we always caveat that with
situations may change on the ground, political situations may change, but we don't expect the bill, given such an overwhelming vote in the U.S. Senate, to be amended in a great way. Obviously, if it is, it has to go back to the U.S. Senate to be concurred in that version that the House would have adopted it in. So
okay, and being that the Wyden amendment was not successful on the Senate side for PILT and SRS,
correct.
Is it doubtful that there would be any amendment of that type on the House side?
I believe it is doubtful. I think the goal of leadership is to pass it as the Senate has done and get it to the president. So,
okay.
So I think really we're looking at trying to do our PILT and SRS work in the appropriations process going forward here, at least in this coming year.
And it's still our understanding that the president said he would sign it.
Correct. Yes. Right. Yes, he has. He tweeted that early, actually, when we were all in DC. He tweeted that that support out, and he has repeated that as he has campaigned virtually in the Western states until today. So,
okay, thank you. Any questions of Eric about this particular item?
Just a quick comment. I think it's exciting that they have it that way. If the amendments would be successful, it makes me think back to WIFA when, by these type of actions, the money will still go there, but it'll go all to the East Coast on it. So, I hope, it stays intact. This is a way to get the parks fixed up. And, we have a good record of how land and water conservation funds have been used in our area, and having that opportunity is really good. And just to stay on track as you are, Liz, for the PILT and SRS, and as Eric outlined, that'll be the area that we need to work, and it helps us, figure out what we're doing next year. Thank you.
Yeah, and there'll still be some work on PILT and SRS in September, how there usually is a fly-in. I think there's still going to be a fly-in. I don't know what type of meetings there will be, or if there will be like a virtual fly-in. I'm not sure, but I know that NACO did indicate that at the WIR board meeting that there would still be that push for PILT and SRS in September. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Great. Madam Chair, I'm going to pivot to the state. We have, as always, continued to meet with our state advocate, Todd Medexa, and also with CSA folks. We meet weekly and really tracking now that the legislature is out. What's the outcome here on special session? What are we looking at? And as we all sort of had the gut punch feeling, we aren't looking at a special session coming up anytime soon. That's the general sense I want to give you. I think more and more we all come to this spot, watching the legislature and the governor, really seeing an anticipation of, at the earliest, August following the primary, probably later August. There is great concerns about protests and gatherings of people around the Capitol during the business, as was exhibited during the end of the regular session. And there's also growing conversation, I would say, given our conversations internally, that we're hearing from some lawmakers and some policymakers and key staff of really a question of, is special session needed? Is this better to come back? Obviously, fiscal year 21 will continue on the skinny budget. There will likely be some needs that will have to be addressed, but is it potentially, could it wait until January when the new legislature convenes and do a budget adjustment in the mid-year rather than the early year? There will likely be some negative balance in FY20, but it appears the administration believes they can roll that into the FY21 conversation. So why do I bring that up? To just give you a sense of timing, an outlook on the fact that there is no clear consensus about special session. Best guidance and indications, I should say, at this point seem to indicate the end of August in our conversations and intelligence gathering at the earliest again. And that what the call will be for and what will be outlined is unknown. Certainly there is plenty of moving parts with the Cook ethics trial, or excuse me, ethics hearings and cases, an investigation, other politics, just simply the politics of an election year will come up in there. And then also that if I was the governor, I certainly would hope that we'd have a deal all cooked so that we go to special session with bills ready to be adopted without major changes coming out of the legislature, which is getting harder and harder in this legislature to arrange and maneuver. And already starting to see leadership conversations for the next year about who's going to run for leadership in the majority party, should they stay the majority in the House specifically, but those conversations happening. So will always make the deal cutting that much harder. So I'll pause there on state issues and let you folks, if you have any questions about those items.
Any questions for Eric about the state issues he's outlined? Okay, thank you, Eric.
Great. Madam Chair, I want to congratulate Mr. Ryan being elected chair of the RTAC, the Rural Transportation Advisory Council. So we look forward to, I don't know that Matt Ryan came into office thinking that he'd be the roads guy, but we look forward to that kind of leadership and advocacy in the next session, wherever we may go. So I want to just congratulate him on that. And as we talk about leadership and some of the associations we're involved in, there was a very important email that came today from CSA, from Penny Adams, notably chair for you about the voting credentials, but for all 5 supervisors about the registration and the different meetings that will happen that we normally would have in person at NACO that are now going to be all virtual and happening. And importantly in there, and I've invited you all on the calendar, I forwarded Julian's calendar invitation, is the joint caucus. CSA and NACO are hosting the joint caucus. Now, and this is where we discuss the second VP candidates, policy resolutions, all the things that we sort of come to as what's Arizona's position. I expect this year that to be much more, I don't want to say cumbersome, but it's going to be a little more rowdy because you don't have to physically be at NACO. The point of this now is you're going to be a virtual meeting. So I expect more of your colleagues than normal to be in attendance and in that conversation. So I wanted to point that out. Very important materials for you. They also have second VP candidate bios and such for you to look over so that, and I believe Chairwoman, we have already, I believe Teresa has sent in the credentials for the county, given your position as chair, to hold the credentials, but so that all the members would know of the board, that information is out there and to be in your ear if they have preferred candidates and such.
Yes, and just, I may need to delegate that to someone else. I am chairing the voting credentials committee. And so I think one of the requests is if you serve on that committee, you chair that committee, that you remain, be seen as, neutral in the elections. So I will let you know once I get direction on that, if I need to pass that on to somebody else.
Great.
Madam Chair, sounds like something for the vice chair.
There you go. She'll be good at it. Anything else?
Yeah, there's just one quick communications thing, and then I want to just briefly, Chris Pastors is out, but I want to give you a heads up on some economic development work, and then we can move on, Madam Chair. First, I want you all to be aware, Zoom, which we generally just use for your board meetings and then the town halls, is going through some security updates. I think you've all seen issues with folks Zoom bombing, as we call it, but also with potential other encryption concerns and such. So this is really for meetings. The format we're in right now is called a webinar, but Zoom meetings, which I know many of you have, and we also have for CSA, starting July 19th, there are 2 new things that Zoom is going to require that may affect your user interface with Zoom. And that is, they're going to put everyone in waiting rooms unless the organizer or administrator disables the waiting room or exempts people from doing that, which means you may think you're coming into a meeting, but it's like sitting in the lobby outside the meeting and you have to wait to be invited into that. And that there's a good reason for doing that, but we just generally haven't used it. And this again will not affect webinars, but meetings. And the other one is they're going to require passcodes. They currently call them passwords, which are essentially a set of numbers to get into the meeting so that general folks don't just come into the meeting and interact that don't belong there. And so we will make sure to update you on all of that. What will not change, that does not affect our webinar function that you're using right now, but that may change what is necessary to get into CSA meetings or other Zoom meetings. So I wanted to make sure to give you plenty of heads up that that is coming, so you're not caught off guard on trying to get into a meeting. What's this extra thing it's looking for? So.
And Eric, were you developing some kind of video conferencing, video meeting protocols?
Yes.
I recall that that Jimmy and Joanne were talking about that, and so I think that would be great. I mean, it looks like video conferencing is going to remain still in our future, and I do think that there's probably some guidelines in terms of just video etiquette. And so, can you tell us?
Absolutely, Madam Chair, and I think it's a great thing to just bring up quickly and sort of ask what the board would like in this regard. I started off sort of calling them standards of conduct, but then really wanted to check in with you as the board, and I'll just step back for a second. These are very general rules I think most of us know, i.e., the whole point of video conferencing is unless you really can't, let's turn the camera on while we're talking, but when we're not talking, let's turn the camera off. We don't need to, eat lunch in front of everyone on the video conference. But other places of etiquette as well, how do we, raising the hand, things like that sort of are the best practices of video conferencing. I guess really the question for the board and what I would ask is, we can call it etiquette and guidelines, or would you much rather have this be brought as a document to the board where you can say, yes, this is sort of a very clear expectation, a protocol, if you will, or even we could even go as high as policy that you want to see our organization adopt and use. And so I think that's the discernment that we're in. They're generally laid out pretty well. Between some guidance from the board would be helpful on what to call them so that we name them correctly and people understand the importance of following them.
Well, as one board member, I think we have some, just some protocols or like kind of we do have some protocols and expectations in terms of conduct in a board meeting room when we have people present, when we have board meetings in our board chambers. And so I would see that, this would be similar. And it's just great to inform people like what can you expect? It's basically just trying to educate folks like this is what you can expect. This is what is expected of us each individually. And so I think, some kind of, it could be codes of conduct. It could be called protocols or meeting, meeting procedures, I would think. I'm not feeling strongly that it has to be policy, but I do think that it needs to be just known that this is how we run the meetings. So that people can feel, comfortable that they know what to expect. Okay. Other board members? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go along. Yeah, that sounds good, Liz. We're trying to give guidance and we're in unique circumstances. So it's like the idea of there's a whole chat thing going on sometimes when you get into these meetings, and it's neat to see what people are commenting on, but we have a different, we shouldn't be chatting on behind the scenes because we're in an open meeting as it relates to the Zoom or the meetings piece of it. So it's one of those people want to draw us into that conversation, and it's good to see, what the public comments are and that kind of thing. But so it's helpful. Yeah. Helpful guidance to just, do what we usually do, be courteous and provide it in that way. I wouldn't want to develop a whole policy around it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. What else, Eric?
Great. So just quickly, so everyone's aware, the call center, we are seeing volume pickup as we see volume pickup with testing. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I didn't get a chance to hop in earlier, so you're aware, and that's a good sign. People are paying attention to what's going on with COVID-19 and interacting with us. So we'll continue to keep you updated with reports and information on that. The last item is, Madam Chair, is an economic development issue, and I wanted to give you all a heads up that Chris Pastors and I have spent some serious time looking at the Economic Development Administration, EDA, the revolving loan fund program, and the availability of funds for a COVID-19 revolving loan fund. And Mr. Babbitt, we have talked with Dollars for Dreams, and they had some capacity. It is going to be quickly used up the way it sounds for small business potential capital gains. And it really looks like we're the player on the scene, meaning we as the county, to take a step into the revolving loan fund area. And this really for us does grow into forest restoration potentials in the future. I think we all understand how a revolving loan fund works, but once that first round of RLF funds that has to be dedicated to COVID goes out and it comes back in, that creates capital availability for the forest industry, for the potential of stimulating that piece of the economy. So I'm bringing all this up to say you will receive a memo shortly from me that includes some information from Chris and also from me about that potential. As with any EDA grant, there is a general fund match requirement. And so that is a big piece of what we are putting on the table to discuss with you. And we will be connecting with you each individually as we talk through that. And again, this is very early on, but it's also the potential kind of thing that we can do here this summer, get in some applications and really hope to be a player in helping to restart the small business independently owned type of economy that we like and cherish here in Coconino County. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. If there's any initial, thumbs up, thumbs down, or, no way and where, Eric, we'd appreciate that feedback so we don't expend a lot of energy on that concept and topic before you have a chance to look at it. So.
I mean, it piques my interest. So I think I'd like to have, I'd like to see what the possibilities are. I think that would be great. And then I guess in terms of just knowing more a little bit about the responsibilities of, kind of being the holder of that responsibility or that program. I'd like to learn a little bit more about that.
Great.
Supervisor Babbitt, I think you want to make a comment.
Yeah, I just quickly really appreciate Chris and Eric's work on this with just that, little bit of capacity that Dollars for Dreams had. It is a space I actually feel is really, really important for us to play in. We are going to see the eradication, as I mentioned earlier, of unemployment benefits potentially coming up soon. And that is going to trigger a whole nother set of issues that are going to have challenges for small independently owned businesses. And I will tell you the landscape around this part of the world, whether it is Sedona, Camp Verde, Flagstaff, is based on independently owned and operated businesses. They have a different set of capacity and a different set of skeletal system, fiscal skeletal system to absorb these shocks. So I really think it's a place that we should play in because no one else is doing it. And so I just really want to thank Eric for his work and support and Chris's really great engagement with small business community.
Others?
Just no, pretty much. Well, yes, please. Pretty much same thing. Complimenting Eric and Chris, but Art on what he's doing, and definitely look forward to the conversations and seeing what the commitments are, but by the same token, how enabling it can potentially be. And if it's around the forest industry, it's got even a broader scope than that, considering our circumstance right now. But even so, with the forest industry, it's always been an interest of, can we get it triggered? So that's really good too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Great. Anything else, Eric?
Well, Madam Chair, it came up to me, and I guess I need to ask the board. I know we talked about the micro grant program that FDBA and Local First were looking at earlier on this year. And we did get some feedback that yes, they are absolutely committed to the unincorporated area. In fact, whatever amount the county would be willing to put into that, they would dedicate to the unincorporated parts of Coconino County, or out of Flagstaff spaces on Coconino County. So that is good news. I guess just before we have one more meeting before the end of the fiscal year, was this something that you wanted us to prepare an action on? And if so, did we know where we're getting that funding from? And how much was discussed? I know that has come up in a couple different conversations. So I just, as I mentioned the EDA loan, I forgot all about, I should probably bring this up and use this moment to figure out which way we're going.
Yeah, so our last discussion was just giving some direction, the board did, of $10,000. That was the last that I recall. And that, I don't know that we said all of the money had to go to the unincorporated areas, but we did say we wanted the the county to be covered. And we wanted to make sure that unincorporated areas were included in that, so that it would be county-wide. Now, the microloan program, I believe, is $2,500.
Correct.
So, just taking a look at that, I mean, that's literally 4 grants. And that's not, it's not a lot. But hopefully they can leverage some of that money. And then of course, if supervisors wanted to, allocate some funding out of CI, that could be done. But that's the last conversation we had, 10,000. And obviously that was, regarding the need at the time and the funding that we thought we could, well, that's what was requested of us. Let me just put it, I'm trying to recall history now. So it was requested 10,000 of the county. And so we decided we would fulfill that request. A larger amount was not requested. Doesn't mean we couldn't put a larger amount in, but we did feel like we wanted to, meet that request. So that's where we were at. And then it was just going to be follow-up of, if it was just going to be like a City of Flagstaff boundaries program, we were going to find out, do you have capacity to make it county-wide? And it sounds like now you have that answer that yes, it can be. So that's where we left.
Yeah, so I
otherwise.
And sorry, I do see Supervisor Parks, but so I think we have those answers. So I guess the question is, if we're going to do it, and if we're going to use CI money, supervisors, would you like me to work with the assistants to get that organized, or do they have that ready? And because we'll obviously need to submit for the Monday meeting tomorrow, and late Wednesday at the latest, or Thursday morning, so I should say.
Well, it was going to be a county allocation, and then if supervisors wanted to augment that with CI, they can. And I think probably, and Jimmy was going to look to see where that funding could come from. And so we'll definitely, need to work with him.
Okay.
You on?
I am.
Okay, Supervisor Parks, go ahead. And then if Jimmy has anything to add, he can. But anyways, that's just, you'll work with Jimmy. Okay. Go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Okay, I just had one short question, Eric. How active has the usage of that microloan program been doing?
Yeah, it's the microgrant program is in its initial seeding phase right now. So it has not been an active program that people can apply for. In my last conversation, they were seeding the fund so they could begin to do the microgrants. So that's where we were getting involved on that front end.
They're in the fundraising stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So I don't have any performance metrics to give you yet, but they're happy to provide them to us. So.
Jimmy, anything you want to add?
Yeah, no, Madam Chair, would be happy to follow up on that. Eric, thank you for, I know you and I chatted about this the other day. Thanks for bringing this up today. And we had some initial conversations about identifying the dollars. that I think the board had expressed and we had heard clear support for, especially helping small businesses. The key clarification would be throughout Coconino County, and that's been clarified. So we will, Madam Chair, Eric and I will follow up on this over the next couple of days and loop back with all of you with clear direction moving forward. But we will get this done.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Anything else, Eric?
That's my report, Madam Chair.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. I know that we want to take a break, but we'll just kind of continue to work our way here. Jimmy, do you have a report out?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a couple quick updates. It is 4 o'clock, and we'll be coming back, reminder, at 6 o'clock for our budget discussion and public hearing. The EOLT meeting is tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Primary topic tomorrow is to review the draft face covering policy with the EOLT that, again, has gone through the employee team conversation a couple times. And again, be going back to EOLT tomorrow morning at 9 to then come to the board meeting. We do have a special board meeting reminder on Monday, the 29th at 3 o'clock. We do have consent and action, including consideration of the county face covering policy. We do have a recognition on Monday, the 29th for outgoing workforce board chair, Christine Mayer, and introduction to the new board chair, Dr. Aaron Tabor. So Chair Archuleta has helped us to arrange for that. I think it'd be a good way to say thank you to Christine and her husband, Ray, as they have years of service to the county, and to, again, introduce and meet Dr. Aaron Tabor for those that don't know him yet, that will be chairing the workforce board moving forward. Madam Chair, we also do have a briefing on the Magnum fire, which we're considering potentially a proclamation or, something that will definitely show support and also outline some of the challenges that are happening on the North Rim, and including Jacob Lake in that whole region that it continues to be impacted by various issues, including the Magnum fire. And I'm sure that Supervisor Fowler will speak more to that. We do have an election update from Recorder Hansen on the 29th, along with a COVID update and roundtable. And that would again start at 3 o'clock on the 29th. Hopefully a break then going into the Blue Ridge DeWitt public hearing at 6 p.m. on the 29th. Out of this morning's discussion, I will continue to work with Chief Civil Deputy Winkler and DCM's Dr. Peoples and Keene, and Interim HHS Director Oxtoby and the team, on revisions of the proclamation that the board discussed earlier today. A reminder that we do not have a BOS meeting on August 4th. It is primary election day. So after June 29th special meeting, our next regular meeting will be scheduled for Tuesday, August 11th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just, let's see, Supervisor Ryan, you're going to be on the EOLT meeting tomorrow. So you can either take my place or we can, and on that meeting tomorrow. And then there is a cities in town meeting tomorrow, and I will not be able to be in that call. And so Supervisor Ryan and I discussed that as well. And he will be on that phone call.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that is about it other than roundtable. Is there anybody who would like to share something on roundtable that you would like for the board to know at this time?
Madam Chair, just this Supervisor Matt Ryan. Just quickly, Bart and I are going to go out with Jay Smith, along with the Forest Foundation and the Kaibab National Forest, to present to the Williams City Council, and Jimmy's going to come with us as well, to present to the Williams City Council an update on the Bill Williams Mountain project and related partnerships and activities that are occurring out there. And so that'll happen Thursday night. That will be out in Williams. And then And you just heard, yes, I was appointed chair of RTAC. So that'll kind of up my level, moving from vice chair into chairmanship for that over this next year, which will be a challenging year. So thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's what I have quickly.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Babbitt? Looks
Thank
like
you. Yeah, appreciate just a couple quick opportunities here. So I have been getting a fair amount of calls on some of our interagency work with Forest Service on stage 2 restrictions. What is the conversation looking forward? I did get in touch with our Wes Dyson, our new emergency manager, to start getting some regular updates on those agency briefings. You know, I think we are approaching, you know, some pretty critical time, and I think the board needs to do as we have done in the past, which is have some conversation about, you know, what we're hearing and what our thoughts are on the vulnerabilities. Obviously, it is the Forest Service decision, but there are resource. You know, we're kind of maxing out at resource availability around the Southwest. We are on the highest level of concern. And I think it's something we want to make sure that we are listening to our citizens and as they ask us to contemplate being on the conservative side of risk here. So I have reached out to Forest Service folks. I'm going to have a conversation tomorrow, but it is something I think that we need to figure out, you know, where do we want to play and how do we want to play in a supportive and collaborative role with our federal land management agency partners. But there are a lot of folks feeling very nervous, feeling pretty vulnerable, and, you know, seeing how we still have it probably a couple weeks before monsoon. So I want to just put that out there and have Wes encourage him to give the board updates on those calls. You know, those are for emergency managers, and we have our lane and he has his lane, but I think it's good for us to be aware of what the conversations are. Secondly, really quickly, I am going to be sending out, there is a group who is advocating for the Corporation Commission to really increase the Corporations Commission support on distributed utility scale renewable energy applications around the state. I'm going to be submitting a letter. As we all know, APS committed to a 2050 carbon neutral energy source strategy. This supports that APS strategy to the Corporation Commission. I am going to be floating a letter for anyone who wants to sign on to that, to the Corporation Commission. As you all know, I've been pretty active with the Corporation Commission over the years, and this is basically advocating for us to set an ambitious but reasonable but thoughtful goal on carbon-free energy production in the state of Arizona by 2050. And that is, I think, something that would have lots of economic development, important issues, especially as Cholla and Coronado and NGS are all closing, but also some really profound climate-based implications, positive implications as well. And with that, I think the last thing I do want to let folks know is we had a NAPTA meeting. I'm the board board representative of NAPTA and their budget. And I do want to let you know, the budget came forward. I did not support their budget this year. It included salary increases with good oversight about when trigger points come, but I just didn't feel like this is the year to be bringing salary increases forward. So I wanted to let you know that was a position I took on it. We had a great conversation and felt like it was a very good, respectful conversation, but wanted to let you know where I came down on that. And thanks for letting me quickly jump in on that. And that's all. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other board members? Okay, there will be a NACOG meeting on Thursday. And so usually, I mean, since I'm on the executive committee, I usually, of course, attend the NACOG Regional Council meetings, and Supervisor Fowler does as well. But just so you know, there will be one on Thursday. And then Also on Thursday is our Coconino County All Hands Town Hall, focusing on racism, current events, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that's from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. And that's with our diversity consultant, Callie, and you've all met Callie before. And so that'll be a really great conversation for us to have with all of our team members in the county, in all areas of the county. Everybody will be joining via a technology platform. So looking forward to that. And then there is an alliance meeting that will be scheduled actually in the first part of July. And that will be an opportunity for members of the alliance, which of course, as you know, are the university, the community college, the school district, the county, the city, and NAPTA, to share their reopening procedures and policies, share their economic outlooks, what are the challenges and what are the community needs. And so if you have any input to that, there's time to provide that input. And then as County Manager Jayne said, we'll be working on the clarifications to the proclamation, and he'll be communicating with each of you around that. Okay.
And Madam, just a clarification, if I can.
Sure.
The Alliance meeting is scheduled for Friday, the 10th at 8 a.m.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I didn't know the exact date. I knew it was the first part of July. So thank you for that. All right. Anything else? Good. Then we will, we are going to actually recess until 6 o'clock, during which we will resolve into numerous districts. And it's that one meeting of the year where we're adopting various budgets. And so we'll be resolving in and out of multiple districts and wearing multiple hats as we go through each of the budgets. And so look forward to seeing all of you at 6 o'clock. Have a good break. Thanks. Good evening. This is the evening meeting of the Board of Supervisors today, June 23rd, and I want to welcome everyone who is joining us this evening. The board met earlier today. This is a special session for the budget adoption. And first, I would like to call the meeting to order and would like to ask everyone who is able to please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let me just, for the public's information, let's just verify that we have all five board members present. My name is Liz Archuleta. I'm the chair of the board, and I am the supervisor of District 2. Supervisor of District 1, Art Babbitt.
Yep, present, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor of District 3, Matt Ryan.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Great. Supervisor of District 4, Jim Parks. And you're on mute, Supervisor Parks.
Oops, present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair and Supervisor of District 5, Lena Fowler.
I am here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. The next item is a call to order. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to the Board of Supervisors about an item that is not on our agenda. Each member of the public has 5 minutes to be able to speak to the board. Please know we cannot engage in a discussion with you because it is not noticed on our agenda, but we would be happy to hear what you would like to say and share with us, and we will definitely take it under advisement. If you wish to speak right now during public participation, please indicate that, and specifically how will be told to us by Mr. Eric Peterson, Director of Public Affairs. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director. For those who are joining us tonight, if you wish to speak to the board, simply look at the bottom of your monitor, your screen, and you'll see a raise your hand function. You can raise your hand, and when called on by the chair, we will activate your microphone, and you can just unmute and go ahead, or you can type in a question or comment in the Q&A box that you see down at the bottom of the screen, and we will have that, and we can read that to the board. I would also just note that we do have our board comments email. It's boardcomments@coconino.az.gov if you wish to leave a comment that will be given to the entire Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So we'll just give a minute or so to see if there's any member of the public who would like to participate in the call to the public. I do not see anyone who wishes to do so. Mr. Peterson, do you see anybody on the screen?
I do not have anyone indicating so, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Then I will close the call to the public, and we will go to item number 74. As I mentioned, we did meet earlier, so this is a continuation. That is why we are starting with item number 74. This is will be a series of budget adoptions. This is a public hearing, consideration, and possible action regarding approval of the truth in taxation of Coconino County primary tax rate and levy increase in property taxes for a total primary property tax levy of $10,214,030. And we have Mr. Jayne, are you going to open this up, County Manager?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Madam Chair, I'd like to start by acknowledging our Finance Director, Siri Molini, our Assistant Finance Director, Megan Cunningham, our Senior Budget Analyst, John Comer, and budget analyst Megan Coons for all their work, Madam Chair, and their continuing efforts, working in partnership with Deputy County Managers Keene, Andriani, and Peoples, along with our department directors and our elected officials county-wide. Madam Chair, budget is a 12-month conversation, including monthly, board updates, budget updates, and more deliberate monthly conversations with the board that started last December to get to the point where we're at today for consideration of final adoption of the FY21 budget. Madam Chair, I want to say thank you to the board and the organization for your engaged conversation. Again, getting us to where we're at today and continuing that moving forward. So Madam Chair, if it's okay, I would like to turn the time to Finance Director Siri Mullaney for a brief presentation to provide some background and overview of our FY21 budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Siri. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Manager Jayne. I'm going to switch to screen share mode right now and just walk through a brief presentation before we start the process of all of the various budget adoptions. This presentation is intended to cover all of the budgets that you will see presented tonight, but I just wanted to give a brief overview for background on all of the steps that have led to the budget development. So the first slide, again, is a process overview. This is a series of discussions that were held with the board to help get to the point of where we are with the budget adoption and the budgets that are being presented before you. And I just want to echo the thanks to Megan, John, and Megan. I'm sure it's well known I was not a part of many of these meetings, but it's the budget team that really pulled this together, along with many members of the elected officials and leadership team and many finance professionals throughout the organization. So it represents a lot of work by a lot of people to get to this point. The first two slides that we'll look at for numbers are focused on the entire budget. So this is all of the funds. And you will note, and this is a theme throughout, that there is a reduction in the budget compared to FY20. At the bottom, you will see FY20 budgeted revenues and resources available of $242 million. As the staff was responding to the economic circumstances before us today, they made adjustments, building in a lower budget overall of $235 million. And just looking at it from the perspective of revenue sources, again, this is countywide, institution-wide. We have our main sources of revenue being the property taxes and sales taxes, and really tax-based revenues. You'll also see, because we are looking at this from the all resources perspective, there's fund balances here. And a lot of these are representative of reserves that are held in our major funds, like the Road District Fund, the Jail District Fund, General Fund that we'll talk about a little more specifically later. And then we have about 200 other funds that roll together to create this balance. So aside from the major funds, it really is that those 200 funds rolling together to create the balance there on fund balance. Looking at all funds expenditures, we have a little more variety in our expenditures as we look at by type. We have salaries and EREs, you can see right here in blue, is a little short of half of the total budget, and operating, travel, and capital is the other half, where mandates make up a lot of what's in that orange slice and payments out that the county is mandated to provide. Again, you'll see the same decrease. So the FY20 budgeted expenditures in total $215 million compared to $187 million being proposed for this current budget. Looking more specifically at the general fund, again, this is all resources coming into the general fund. So it's revenues, transfers, as well as the fund balance there shown on the pie chart. And that is decreasing from $93.6 million that was budgeted for fiscal year 20 compared to $81.5 million in the general fund for this fiscal year. And then we also have the general fund expenditures, and you can see the pie chart looks a little bit different when really pulling out the general fund specifically. We have the largest slice, which is our salaries and benefits for employees. That makes up the majority of the general fund expenditures. Again, you'll see a decrease from $93.6 million on the expenditure and use side compared to $81.5 being proposed for the current fiscal year in the current budget. So that is the overview the all funds and the general funds budget. And the last slide we just wanted to include, again, for reference, shows how adaptive the staff has been from the original budget discussions that started, back last calendar year to where we are today, and some solutions that have been built in to adjust to the current economic situation and an updated revenue forecast through a combination of excuse me, revenue options and primarily expenditure reductions. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we can move back to, hopefully you don't see my screen anymore, and move into the the public hearing portion, where staff is recommending the adoption of the primary property tax levy of $10,214,030 by roll call vote.
Thank you, Siri. And as you mentioned, this is a roll call vote. So at some point here, the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, will call for that. Let me ask first if there are any questions, and if there are not, I imagine there's not going to be many questions, because as you outlined, we had multiple budget presentations and have thoroughly discussed this. So if there are no questions, is there a motion to approve the Coconino County primary tax rate and levy increase in property taxes as noted by staff?
So moved, Madam Chair. This is Supervisor
Oh,
Ryan.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. This is a public, hang on, this is a public hearing. I beg your pardon. Hang on, Mr. Ryan, hold on one second.
I withdraw my motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. So first of all, questions? I didn't hear any, but I'll just start again.
Madam Chair, I have a kind of order question around the truth in taxation and general fund, excuse me, the $10 million levy question, and then the overall budget piece. And so embedded in these first two options, I just want to make sure I'm clear, is the 2% in both of these first two actions, correct, Siri?
Supervisor Babbitt, yes, that is correct. The 2% is specific to this item before you, and then the entire budget includes the assumption of the 2%.
Okay, great. And then when we load into the other districts, the special district secondary property tax, I'll have a question as I ran by you today. Just that clarification of the TNT requirements relational to the levy, not the rate. And so we'll deal with that one when we can. But that's all for right now, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at the moment for staff? Okay, hearing none, then I'm going to open up the public hearing, and this is an opportunity for any member of the public to be able to make comment. I do not see any member of the public indicating that they would like to speak to this item, and I'll just confirm that with Mr. Peterson, who's also monitoring.
Madam Chair, we do not have anyone at this point that is indicating a desire.
Okay, thank you. Then I will close the public hearing, and I will bring it back to the board for a motion. Supervisor Ryan, I think before you had started, if you would like to do so, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the truth in taxation for the Coconino County primary tax rate and levy increase in the property taxes for a total primary property tax levy of $10,214,030.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Fowler. I second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. This will be a roll call vote, and I will ask the clerk of the board to please do so.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Would you mind just a comment, any discussion?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So appreciate the opportunity, and where I was 2 weeks ago is where I am today, but I just did want to have another just quick opportunity to extend, my respect and appreciation to staff putting this forward, to the long conversation that Jimmy referenced, and to my colleagues for walking up what we do in Coconino County, which is, a pretty thoughtful, long-range budget conversation. I am, as mentioned, I'm going to be in the same place. I'm not going to be supporting these first two items because they do have a net, that 2%, which is a very, very modest amount of property tax increase to it. I appreciate that. My vote casting not in support of these two items is not because I do not value the work that gets done in the public sector. It is not because I do not value the unbelievable efforts of our staff who work tirelessly. And if you ever wanted an example, it's when you talk about floods and emergency management and public health services and pandemics that the entire organization steps up for. It is not about that value. What it is about, the value to me is about that piece of meeting taxpayers and our citizens halfway and partway. And this is a time, as we talked about today, I've got some trepidation about what the economic reality holds for our communities, for our region, and for our state. I think when unemployment runs out, I think we are going to have a tough road up here. And so, as we've talked about on many occasions, to me, this is about that shared sacrifice with folks, just from where I sit in my chair. And I do not in any way, shape, or form think those who come up with a different conclusion are any less committed to the work we do than those of us who come up with a different set. And I just want to, thank you, Chairwoman Archuleta, for managing a good discussion, a great discussion. My colleagues for being, having a difficult but super civil and respectful conversation. Because as it seems like I say every day, I don't think there's a lot of right and wrong answers anymore out here. I think there's answers that have different perspectives, and we're all on different sides of that kind of comfort curve. So I just wanted to put that out there. So I will be voting against these first two items, respectfully so. When we get to the secondary pieces, I'll make some comments because those do not include tax rate increases. Those are just about the levy, but Siri can help paint that picture when it comes. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. Others?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say ditto to what Supervisor Babbitt said. I am not in any different place than I was 2 weeks ago. I have very, very strong reservations about voting for any tax increase in the time of a recession or a depression. And this depression may be greater and last longer than the Great Depression of the 1930s. The Great Depression of the 1930s did not start it was not the worst in 1929. It started in 1929. That's where we are right now. We're 1929. It did not get to the worst until 1933. So I won't be here. You all will be here, and you'll see the 1933 of this depression. However, I have to tell you that I cannot saddle our constituents, our taxpayers, with any more than what they've already got. I know it's not a very large increase. 2% is not a large increase, but it's an increase. And if we don't stand against an increase at the worst of times for the people that support and pay for everything that goes on in this county, we won't be able to support them at all. So I feel that I cannot, as well as Supervisor Babbitt, I cannot vote for these first two items because they contain that 2% plus new construction increase in taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Any other board members who wish to comment? Supervisor Ryan?
Madam Chair, if I may, oopsie daisy. Oh, I do have the mute off. Okay. As we have discussed in the past, Madam Chair, in putting these budgets together, it took us many years to develop a conservative method of budgeting where we took in the account for recessions. And a piece of that was being very conservative in our approach, limiting our reoccurring cost over the years. Also knowing that when a recession came, we needed to be able to respond to that recession. And what we've done, as you just looked at in the pie charts that Siri showed you, 6 million reduction on all funds, 12 million reduction in the general fund. And yet, yeah, there is still an increase. Part of that is also taking a look at the impact that we absorb over the years. And just to remind people, because for the sake of the general populace, we carry a heavier burden with all techs and access that are growing at more rapid rates than our own increase in rate associated with the demands that we have and the costs associated with it. In the past, we had the Department of Revenue disassembled and the burden placed on we as a county, as did other counties. When you get to special funds and you look at road funds like HERF, we were rated for 10 straight years for the state going out and saying how they reduced revenues, but really what they did was they went and they took money that we were formulaically supposed to get money to help pay for the maintenance of our roads. Emergency operations. Right now, COVID, I think the number earlier today that we were looking at is over $2 million for this particular emergency response. And that is one of our primary duties that we do. We respond to emergencies. And right now we're dealing with COVID-19, which does have a prolonged period associated with that. So, Madam Chair, there are many other pieces that we've absorbed over the years and had to absorb the costs. If we do a comparative with other counties, when we do a rate increase that's comparable to theirs percentage-wise, they still get a bigger chunk of money to perform the same function that we are performing. And so if one person wants to speak about percentages, take a look from that perspective. We've been very efficient in what we've done, and we have a lot of people working very hard, and we have a lot of challenges coming up. And that is why we set up a special budget for recessions. But it is also staying the course in the long term in how we look at it. We do have an annual opportunity to take a look if this falls deeper than anticipated, and we have some very conservative estimates that we were taking a look at as far as impact. If it falls deeper, then we do have that opportunity to respond. But I think we did quite a bit at that as we took a look at this budget. So, Madam Chair, it is very important that we're there for those in need, as people that have lost their jobs and they're coming and seeking services. There are many other ways that emergencies will come up. We have the potential of fires and impact, as we dealt with, as we looked at the timber fire, for instance, where we lost homes and impacts associated that way. The floods that we've gone through, we often need to stand up and be ready and prepared to support our communities. And beyond that, the functions that people depend upon on a regular basis that statutorily we have to perform, we still have that level of service that we have to provide for. So, Madam Chair, I do support what we're doing. And if we do look at a modification, rather than looking at percentage, look at the discussion of the impact to a $300,000 house across all funds. As we proceed through this, you'll find that the increase is approximately $15 for all funds. And I can be corrected if I'm wrong on that by Siri. Siri's a lot better at math than I am. But more importantly, it is a nominal amount that we're looking at, and the needs are so much greater these days. So, Madam Chair, I support what we're doing. That 2% is very important to stay the course and be there for the sake of our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Fowler, did you wish to comment?
Yes, please. Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Ryan, just how he outlined it. And we all know that. We've been going over the budget. Every year we go through this process. Every year our staff and departments and all go through the process. And this year was a painful year for the departments and trying to see where can we cut and how do we deliver the quality service that we deliver to our citizens, while at the same time cutting our budget to be able to do what we need to do. This pandemic is not over. We keep talking about how second and third wave and how we're going to meet the needs of the citizens. We have high unemployment, such needs that are there, and who do they turn to? We're the ones that have to provide that, while at the same time there are mandates that Siri mentioned that we have to pay back to the state. Instead of state balancing its own budget, it throws it to the counties, and we're the ones that have to balance our budget so that the state can stand there and say that they balance their budget. So we do need to adopt this budget as recommended by our staff, and I just want to add that to Supervisor Ryan's discussion. I really appreciate all the work that all the staff have done. Just really complicated process, and then just really painful the way all the services, what we have to go through right now and how we're serving our citizens and what they're going through. And it's just really just then the staff had to come together and set up how they're going to approach the health crisis that we're in, and we're not done yet. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Appreciate that. So I will comment now that all 4 board members have commented, and I too have not changed my position. I will be voting in favor of the budget today. The budget that we have before us, the fiscal 21 budget, is a $187 million budget. Last year in FY20, our budget was $215 million. The budget that's before us is $28 million less than the budget we currently have. The primary property tax rate is decreasing nearly 2 cents. In fiscal year 20, Coconino County had the lowest primary property tax rate. And we still don't have the figures from other counties for the rates for fiscal year 21, but we remain among the lowest, and again with nearly a 2-cent decrease. This is difficult times, and I appreciate that we have a diversity of perspectives on the board. Each of us see things differently, and that's the beauty of the composition of our board. I do see that because of the time that we are in, that county government, which is the safety net, is going to be called upon to assist our community even more. The needs will be even greater than what we are currently experiencing. And people will be coming to county government, whether that be through community services or seeking health services related to the pandemic. We will have those types of calls and those types of services that will be demanded. And so we will need to be able to to meet those needs, and we'll be doing actually more with less, because our budget this year is less than it was last year, significantly less. And so I certainly understand that a $15 increase on an approximately $300,000 home is an increase and is difficult in these times. And at the same time, I understand that we have to be there for the entire community. So I do appreciate the perspectives. We all see things a little bit differently, and that's where I am. And so thank you everyone for sharing your perspective. And one beauty about this board is that we are able to share our perspectives. We're able to respectfully disagree and continue to move forward, and still have each of us have a strong commitment to the county. We just see things differently. So with that, we do have a motion and a second, and there will be a roll call vote. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Archuleta. I'll go ahead and start with you. Chair Archuleta, your vote?
Aye.
Vice Chair Fowler?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Babbitt?
Nay.
Supervisor Ryan?
Aye.
Supervisor Parks?
Hey,
Thank you.
So Lindsay, according to my calculation, there are 3 ayes and 2 nays, and the motion passes. Is that what you have verified?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll go on to item number 74. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next item is a public hearing and consideration of adopting Resolution 2020-36, approving the FY 2021 final budget for Coconino County in the amount of $187,713,991. And this does include all districts. So to speak to Supervisor Ryan's comment about the tax increase for a property that is valued at $300,000 that saw a typical increase in assessed valuation that is consistent with the average we saw for all properties included. The increase, when you add all of the truth and taxation districts together, is $4.26 per 100,000 of value. Multiplying that out, it's less than a $13 increase. So I'm happy to say you estimated high. It's a little bit lower than what you said.
Thank you, Siri. So this is a public hearing. Let me open up the public hearing and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item. Mr. Peterson, do you see anyone? I do not see anyone at this time.
I do not have anyone, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Is there any discussion or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, then Is there a motion to approve this item, which is the adoption of Resolution 2020-36, approving the FY 2021 final budget for Coconino County in the amount that was stated, $187,713,991.
So
Madam-
moved, Madam Chair.
I will second the motion. Thank you.
There's a motion for approval from Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. And is this a roll call vote? Remind me. Lindsay?
Sorry, no, just the truth and taxation.
Okay.
Is a roll call vote.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Madam Chair, before we vote,
Oh, hang on one second. There's a request for comment. Supervisor Parks?
thank you, Madam Chair. Because the 2% tax increase is embedded in this budget, and again, I'm going to have a hard time voting for it because of the fact that it's an increase. It may not sound like a lot of an increase. It's pretty insignificant to a lot of people. But I know that our taxes, my taxes, this past year were over $2,000 for the place we live in. $2,000 is a significant amount of money to somebody who's trying to put beans on the table. And if the increase made the difference between a gallon of milk and paying the taxes, and they had to give up the gallon of milk, I'm not for that. So I will vote nay when the time comes.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay.
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 Okay, the vote passes by 3-2. The item passes by a vote of 3-2. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 76. That's next on our agenda. Sari?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next item is the recommendation to adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax in the amount of $1,929,724. And as a reminder, this is a statutory levy. It's set in statute at a maximum rate of 10%, and the distributions to the district are also determined based on their individual levies.
Thank you very much, Sari. This is a public hearing, but let me see if there are any questions of board members. Okay. Hearing no one come forth with questions, this is a public hearing and we invite members of the public to comment on this item. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this item? The public hearing is now open. I do not see anybody requesting to comment. Mr. Peterson, would you confirm, please?
There is no one at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a consideration and a motion. Does anybody wish to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion and just note that it is formulaic, as Siri had stated, and it's a distribution amongst fire districts in the unincorporated areas by formula. So Madam Chair, making sure I'm on the right item and the right numbers. I move that we adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax in the amount of $1,929,724.
Supervisor Fowler, that's a second.
Yes.
Supervisor Babbitt, did you second it?
I seconded it, but.
Okay, super. It's the motion's been made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. And this is, Siri, you might just want to clarify, this is state mandated, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the Board of Supervisors does not have an option with this. Thank you very much for that. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you. We now need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Been
Second.
moved by Supervisor Fowler, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we do have one item. Siri? I beg your pardon, two items.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The first item is a recommendation to approve the levy to levy the increased property taxes for a secondary property tax levy of $3,856,879 for the flood control district. And again, this is a roll call vote.
Thank you very much. And this is a public hearing, so let me ask first if there are any questions from the board. Okay, seeing none, then I will.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
did I hear Siri say that this was a tax increase?
Siri?
All right, thank you. Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Parks. So this is a required statutory hearing we have to have, although, as you may recall, the flood control district rate is not increasing from the rate that was assessed last year. So the rate last year was 22.8 cents per 100,000 of value, and that is what is recommended in the current budget for the flood control district. However, the statute looks at the total amount of taxes being collected in a secondary district as well as the primary, which means that the truth in taxation hearing is required, and it is considered a technical tax increase, again, with no change to the tax rate, because the flood control district would collect additional taxes on the properties that were subject to the tax last year due to changes in values of the properties that were on the tax roll.
So it's not an actual tax increase.
It is not a rate increase.
So the rate stays the same, but due to the regular fluctuations, the total levy can change up or down, but the rate is staying the same.
That is correct. If to maintain the same amount of collections, the rate would have to decrease or the hearing is required.
Any other questions? Okay, well, I'm going to open up the public hearing and allow the public to comment on this item. The public hearing is now open. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item, number 77, the county flood control district secondary tax rate and levy increase in property taxes? I do not see anybody who wishes to comment. Mr. Peterson?
There is none at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion that we adopt truth in taxation for Coconino County Flood Control District secondary tax rate and levy increase in property taxes for a total secondary property tax levy of $3,856,879.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say, truth in taxation, excuse me. This will be a roll call vote. Clerk Daly.
Thank you. Chair Archuleta, your vote?
Aye.
Vice Chair Fowler?
Aye.
Supervisor Babbitt?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan?
Aye.
Supervisor Parks?
Nay.
Clerk Daly, according to what I heard, this passes by a vote of 4-1. Is that what you have?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to our next item. And Siri, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next recommendation is for the board to adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $6,657,609.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, then I will call for the opening of the public hearing. Okay, this is a public hearing. For any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item, please do so now. Do not see anybody who wishes to comment. Mr. Peterson?
There are none at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for their consideration. And for this one, this is just a straight vote, as I understand it, and not a roll call vote. Mr. Jayne, can you confirm that? Excellent, just a motion and a vote, absolutely. Okay, so may I please have a motion on this item? Is there a motion to approve this item as presented by staff?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that we adopt the fiscal 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $6,657,609.
Is there a second?
I will second the vote. Supervisor.
Thank
Madam
you. The motion's been made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Is there a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Oh, beg your pardon, I'm sorry, as the Board of Supervisors, beg your pardon. I have to
So
get it
moved.
from the district to the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
I'll second Supervisor Babbitt's motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now the Board of Supervisors. The next item has to do with the Health District. So we need to resolve as the Board, the Health District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So move.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion by Supervisor Fowler, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now the Health District Board of Directors, and we have 2 items. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next item is approval to levy and increase property taxes for the Public Health Services District for a total secondary property tax levy of $4,824,310 by roll call vote. And similar to what we saw with the Flood Control District, this does not represent a recommended increase in the tax rate. The tax rate levied last fiscal year was 25 cents, and that is being recommended as the tax rate to continue into fiscal year 2021.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Siri at this time? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'd like to open it up to members of the public who wish to comment on this item. Please do so now. I do not see anybody who wishes to comment. Mr. Peterson, would you please confirm?
There are none at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for a motion, and this will be a roll call vote. Is there a motion to approve the truth in taxation of the Coconino County Public Health Services District secondary tax rate and levy increase in property tax levy of $4,824,310.
So moved.
Second.
The motion by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. And we will have the roll call vote. Clerk Daly.
Thank you. Chair Archuleta, your vote?
Aye.
Vice Chair Fowler?
Aye.
Supervisor Babbitt?
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan?
Aye.
Supervisor Parks?
Nay.
So I have a 4-1 passes.
Passes. Thank you very much. Next item is item number 80, still under the Health District Board of Directors. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends the board adopts the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $11,647,941.
Thank you. Any questions of Siri at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask any member of the public to please come forth if they wish to comment on this item. I do not see any member of the public who wishes to come forth. Would you please confirm, Mr. Peterson?
There are none at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. Is there a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $11,647,941?
So moved, Madam Chair.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. Any discussion?
Just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes. Supervisor.
If ever there's a time that we need to be standing up and supporting our community under this pandemic, it's through the health district that a lot of this is occurring. It's much broader than just the health district, but it's critical that we're there on behalf of the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
And I just want to add that today I spoke to someone that has the virus, and I was told that the health district calls every day a staff member from there. That's the kind of work that our staff is doing, and we really need to make sure that they have the resources to do their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. None opposed. We are now the Board of Supervisors. Our next item is the Jail District. We need to resolve the Jail District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now the Jail District Board of Directors. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends the board adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $25,055,602.
Any questions of Siri? Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing and invite any member of the public who wishes to comment on this jail district item, the budget, to please do so now. I will check to see if there's anyone. There was no one at this time. Mr. Peterson, if you would confirm that.
There's no one at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for action. Is there a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $25,055,602?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Is there a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Passes unanimous. All those opposed, please say nay. Okay, no one opposed. We are now, it passes unanimously. We are now the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to resolve as the Library District Board of Directors?
So move.
Second the motion.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, then we are now the Library District Board of Directors. We have two items. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This item is to hold a public hearing to approve the levy and a levy for the increased taxes in the library district for a total secondary property tax levy of $4,932,375, and again by roll call vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Siri at this time? Okay, hearing none, let's open up the public hearing and invite the public to comment on this item. Any member of the public, please come forth and comment on this item. Seeing no one come forth, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Peterson, did you see anybody who wished to come forth?
There is no one, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that. The public hearing is closed and now we need to move to an action. Is there a motion to approve the adoption of the truth in taxation for the Coconino County Library District as presented by Siri?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Madam
This
Chair.
will require,
Just a couple comments here. One is I'll just read off the number just for the sake of the record. $4,932,375, which Siri had presented, as you had noted, Madam Chair. The other piece would be, there was one email I received today in a discussion associated with the library district, and their rate's been held for quite some time. Or their levy, I should say. And libraries themselves are highly in demand right now. They don't really have a fully developed plan for capital expenditures from a long-term perspective. And so in answer to that email that I received, similar to the other districts, there are broader needs that we know that are out there that we're not paying for, but I do support this.
thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other discussion on this item before we go to the roll call vote? All right, thank you. Clerk Daly?
Thank you. Chair Archuleta, your vote, please.
Aye.
Vice Chair Fowler,
Aye.
Supervisor Babbitt,
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan,
Aye.
Supervisor Parks.
Nay.
I have 4-1, the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 83, Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Staff is recommending the board adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $4,810,195.
Thank you. Any questions of Siri at this time? Hearing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing and invite any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item to do so now. I see no member of the public who wishes to comment. Mr. Peterson, would you confirm that?
Madam Chair, I see none.
Thank you so much. I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for action. Is there a motion to adopt the FY 2021 final budget for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $4,810,195?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and give that one to Vice Chair, and I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's a motion made by Vice Chair Fowler, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. No one opposed, passes unanimously. Is there a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Second the motion.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Fowler, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the North Stardust and Antelope County Improvement District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
I was
excellent.
lip reading Matt Ryan there.
There's a motion and a second to resolve as the North Stardust Antelope County Improvement District Board of Directors. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now acting as the North Stardust and Antelope County Improvement District Board of Directors. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Staff is recommending that the board adopt a fiscal year 2021 final budget for the North Stardust and Antelope County Improvement District in the amount of $0. And just as a reminder, the debt has been retired on this district and staff will be taking actions required to dissolve the district during fiscal year 2021, hence the $0 budget.
Great, thank you. Any questions of Siri?
I'm going to ask Supervisor Parks if he's going to go for this budget here. And I say that in humor. Madam Chair, if I could comment though, on a serious side, many years ago, I think this started with Deb Hill way back when, and going through and establishing road improvement districts, it's a really hard thing to do to anybody to impose a tax. It's hard for a community to do that and bear the burden on themselves. But I watched Supervisor Hill and then Supervisor Metzger work together with the district. Now Supervisor Parks has the district. So it really is a historic time that we had. Once upon a time, we had about 20 road improvement districts that were that we would go through this recitation with. And it looks like we're closing out one of our last ones here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Let me open this up to a public hearing to see if there's any member of the public who would like to comment on this item. Any member of the public who wishes to comment, please come forth at this time. I see no one coming forth. Mr. Peterson, would you confirm that?
Yes, there's no one at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for a motion. Is there a motion to adopt the FY 2021 final budget for the North Stardust and Antelope County Improvement District in the amount of $0?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved by Supervisor Parks. The approval, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. No one opposed, passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. The next item is item number 85. This is the Tucson Lighting District public hearing. We need to resolve as the Tucson Lighting District Board of Directors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second the motion.
Motion by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now the Tucson Lighting District Board of Directors. We are at item 85. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends the board adopts the fiscal year 2021 final budget for the Tucson Special Lighting District in the amount of $11,400.
Thank you. Any questions of Siri?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
if I may, Madam Chair, I'm harking back to history. Paul Babbitt saying, oh, please don't turn out the lights on Tucson. Please support this effort.
And we always used to make them sweat it out a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, who would really second it or make the motion?
Supervisor Babbitt with the OTT, not the ITT.
That is right. Madam Chair, I move that we approve the.
Oh, Supervisor Babbitt, I'm sorry, we have a public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
I know, we still members of the public could come out, say, no way, keep the lights, don't keep the lights in Tucson. So let's see what the public has to say. Would any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item, please come forth? I do not see anybody who wishes to comment on this item. And Eric, would you please confirm?
There is none at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for comments. And I do actually have a question of Siri. So Siri, for this particular lighting district, there's not well, I shouldn't say, let me ask, is there a sunset on this district?
That is a great question, Supervisor Archuleta. I'm not aware of a sunset on the district. It's a special assessment on the residents that voted in the district themselves. I would like to defer if there's anyone, Megan or another member of the budget team that has information otherwise, but from what I recall, there was no sunset.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, this is Megan. I confirm that with Siri. There is no designated sunset.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, now we'll bring it for a motion, and Supervisor Babbitt, I think you were prepared to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the FY 2021 final budget for the Tucson Special Lighting District in the amount of $11,400.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Yeah, Supervisor Parks did it.
He decided to second.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a vote to take place. So there's a motion and a second. Any comments? All right, then we'll bring it to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, this motion passes and the lights will stay on in Tucson.
Madam Chair, before you adjourn.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as noted by Supervisor Babbitt and you, Madam Chair, and as we all have noted, we always try and work hard together. We're not always going to agree with each other, but we respectfully disagree with each other. I'll note that this is both Supervisor Babbitt's and Supervisor Parks' last budget that we've worked through past the past 4 years. And so I want to thank them for working together with us on it. Always tough decisions, a lot of work that goes into it. On top of that, the work that staff put in, Megan leading this effort this year along with Jimmy and the team and all our staff members, and Siri coming in and helping us to the final end of this budget. There's a lot of work, a lot of thinking, a lot of tough decisions, and I want to thank everybody for the work that they put in.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, and very well noted about people's hard work that went into the process.
Yep. Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Supervisor Ryan. Yeah, so this will be my last of 15 years of local government budgets. And, you know, this has just been great 8 years on the board. Hopefully playing a constructive role on important conversations, and still have six months left in my ride, but just really want to thank you on the budget piece. Jimmy, thank you very much. Siri, welcome, and all the folks who make this happen. And especially, I think right when you were talking, when we were doing the Public Health Services District budget, and Vice Chair Fowler just mentioned that, the stories that get told by our staff interacting with people who pay our salaries are just so meaningful. And that consent agenda we had today, which was gigantic, it was just amazing to me, the breadth of work that got done in that consent agenda, from High Country Humane to the REPI to Frontiere and a private partner, all this just incredible work. And so just really appreciate the opportunity to play in this sandbox with you all. And thanks very much.
Madam Chair.
Other comments? And then I think I failed to resolve as the Board of Supervisors, I believe. So we'll work on that in just a minute.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Well, I too want to thank our staff for the great work that they did. I know that, in normal times, I would not be so obstinate about this tax increase thing. I wasn't in the other three budgets that we went through, but I just felt that this time things had to be different because they are different. This is not business as usual. This is serious, complicated times that we're in, and I do feel that I've made the right decisions. That the budget is going to go forward because I was in the minority. That's okay. You all who voted for this budget, good job. I don't have a problem with that. This is America. We're allowed to be diverse in our opinions, as well as we are diverse in many other things that we tackle every day. This is something that Jimmy worked very hard on, this budget. Jimmy and his staff, Siri, Kim Musselman, and everybody worked. Lindsay did a tremendous, Lindsay and Val, they did a tremendous amount of work on this, as noted by Supervisor Babbitt, that the size of the consent agenda today was absolutely amazing. And there were no mistakes, very few mistakes. We had one mistake. There was a duplicate item that we caught, and but anyway, I know that Jimmy and the staff worked very hard to trim this budget, to get it down to something that was a manageable size that could be handled by our revenues, even if we didn't have a tax increase of any kind. So I appreciate that. I appreciate Jimmy. I appreciate the staff. I appreciate all of you. And yeah, this is my last budget with Coconino County too. And I want you to know that I've enjoyed working with all of you, even though I'm a stubborn little guy that does things that you don't like sometimes. But thank you very much for everything, and I'll see you after we adjourn.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, I just like to echo what everyone has said. I want to appreciate Art and Jim, Supervisor Babbitt and Supervisor Parks, and all the board members and staff for really working together. And we do disagree here and there, but we do work, check in with each other, and have just explain our positions, and really work on behalf of our constituents. I want to thank all the staff for taking the time to have numerous meetings, individual meetings, and anytime we had a question, we were able to ask those questions and have them clarified to make sure that we do understand the our own budget, and just basically the discussions with the departments, and also just and other elected leaders. The other elected leaders have been very involved in this whole process. So I have to say that this is a team effort on behalf of all the county leadership. They all came to the table and they all decided how it was going to be done, how best it will work for the whole county, and how we'd be able to take care of our citizens with this budget. So I just want to thank everyone, and just taking the time to meet with us individually and having these presentations, and then just behind the just the department meetings and trying to figure out how it was going to be done. So I just want to thank everyone, and echo everybody else's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. So I do want to make a comment as well, and then resolves the Board of Supervisors, and we'll adjourn. So yes, thank you. I echo all of the praises and gratitude to the finance team and budget, to County Manager Jayne, to Deputy County Managers Lucinda Andriani, Marie Peoples, and Joanne Keene, and all of the department heads and elected officials who put time into this budget. Want to acknowledge the fact that everyone knows we're going to be doing more with less this next fiscal year, and just the I can do it attitude that all of our team members and our leadership has. We are all prepared to continue to roll up our sleeves and to confront the challenges that lie ahead of us, whether it be with the pandemic or whether it be with weather patterns and wildfires and potential flooding, and also the needs of our community, which are great at this time. And so we are public servants. We are dedicated in that. And to many, it is a calling that we are committed to in good times and in bad times. And so we continue to provide services with optimism and with the same energy and commitment that we've had for years. And so the community can continue to count on us. Obviously, the delivery of our programs is different at this particular time, but we're committed to getting through the challenges together. One of the things that is really a source of pride for me is the thoughtful and methodical process that we go through in considering our budget. Every board member, goes through the budget and asks very thoughtful questions, and is keeping the community, at the front of mind. And so I want to thank the board members. I especially want to recognize again Supervisor Babbitt and Supervisor Parks for their contributions over the last 4 years for Supervisor Parks, 8 years for Supervisor Babbitt. It really has been an honor to be able to serve with you and to go through this process with you annually. And now that we've passed the budget, the work lies ahead of us. And I want to just make sure that all of our organization understands that it's time to roll up our sleeves, and it's all hands on deck to serve community. And so with that, I thank you for choosing public service. I thank you for making sure that we continue to serve our community. And that is it. Just want to close with immense gratitude. And we will now call for
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I would like to thank Megan and John prior to Siri coming on. They took us through this process and all the other finance team as well. So I just want to thank them for stepping in and taking us through this really difficult and complex process. So thank you.
Yes, and thank you. And it's really important. I know it's really important to mention their names because sometimes they're behind the scenes that are doing all of the work. And it's really important that we recognize them by name and recognize that they bring experience and expertise to this process. And they are what enable us to be able to make good decisions. And so thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for mentioning the names. Okay, so with that, is there a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second? There's a motion by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Hearing no one opposed, that concludes, we are the Board of Supervisors. That concludes our special meeting for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.